Boo. Alright, we're live. How are we doing, everyone? How are we doing? What is it, Monday today? I think. Maybe? God, I need a haircut. My hairdresser was closed today. That was like the worst news I got all week, and the week just started. Isn't that great? No, I'm kidding. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Alright, how are we doing? Chat's been going off. That's wild. Do we have Gustavo's Guardy list? Probably not. Gustavo typically does not post his lists on Twitter, so we'll probably get Gustavo's list when, like, RK9 posts all the lists, probably, like, in a week from now. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Yeah, mod review. We're going to go over the games. There's some interesting ones, for sure. I caught some of it yesterday. I kind of just had to play it in the background while I was doing other stuff. I'm going to turn off the music. That was a while we wait type of thing. Yeah. I want to first start with the day 2 meta, because there's definitely some interesting things to point out here. Hello, Anya. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so first of all, let's start with Tina and Zard, which swapped places, right? In day 1, I actually think we have the day 1 graphic right here. Yeah, here we go. In day 1, this is what it looked like for reference. And I believe it's all the top 6 decks from day 1 to day 2 remained the same, but the order changed quite drastically. So first of all, yeah, Zard first, Tina second, right? When we, if I can actually just find the part where they swap, that would be awesome. Here we go. Yeah, perfect. All right, yeah. So what we see here is Tina and Zard pretty much swap places, also in percents for the most part. Which checks out, right? Both decks were widely played. Both decks are very good, but Tina, I think, is a lot better. I think is played a lot more at the highest level as well. So Tina kind of like seeing more success than Zard makes a lot of sense. And of course, Tina also won the event. But yeah, Zard and Tina, two best decks right now. Kind of not really too big of bait on that. I think that's, at least by popularity and success, right? These are two best decks. I'm always going to sit here and tell you that SableZard is BDIF, but, you know, I'm also not, you know, dumb enough to sit here and think that there's no bias there, right? So, yeah, there's that. Going back here, something worth definitely noting is Miraidon dropping from the 3rd to the 6th most played deck between days. Miraidon, I think he's actually in like a historically bad spot right now. I think in the early meta, right, Miraidon's, you know, a theoretically good matchup spread and explosive power put in a really good spot. But now, as the meta is more developed, as decks are more consistent, we're seeing Miraidon kind of fall off. Of course, Miraidon did do bad at this event. I think Miraidon got top 4. So still, I mean, a good showing for Miraidon, right? But the conversion rate is pretty telling that Miraidon is not as good as it has been. And then the real story, Roaring Moon. I still cannot believe Roaring Moon was even like the 4th most played deck in day 1, and seeing it only go up is insane, right? I think it went from what? Yeah, 9 to 13%. That's crazy. Round up, it's from 10 to 14%. If you want to be scientific words are hard about that. And then, yeah, so Roaring Moon, theoretical 50-50 into Zard. I think the conclusion is you have a slightly favored Tina matchup. And I think your Guardy matchup's pretty bad. I think your Mew matchup is dependent on the Mew variant. I think Fusion Mew is bad. I think DT Mew is good for Moon, right? And I think the Miraidon matchup is probably pretty 50-50. I mean, I assume Moon is probably better in the matchup. You have an easier time streaming attackers. You have an easier time hitting turn 2 or turn 1 knockouts. So I think it's like a 50-50, but kind of in the same way that like Lost Zone mirrors are, where it's like SableZard is like better into Lost Zone decks, even if they also play Mana Jirachi, because SableZard also plays like Clara, right? It plays more ways to stream attacks, so even if you fall behind, you're gonna win, even though it's like a 50-50 on paper, right? So yeah, kind of the same thing with Miraidon and Roaring Moon. Like, this is all theory, of course, but Roaring Moon definitely going to see a spike in popularity come Liverpool next week, which is going to be very interesting to see, which I'm okay with because, again, great matchup for SableZard, right? And yeah, finally, Guardy and Mew kind of staying exactly where they were, right? Guardy goes up 2 spots, Mew stays exactly where it is, but I mean, they're still staying around that same range, right? Day 1, they were 7 and 7%, pretty much, I mean, basically the exact same number, I think. Yeah, 7 player difference there. And once again, from day 1 to day 2, they're actually the exact same. And yeah, both around that 10-11% range of the meta. So yeah, Guardy and Mew are kind of have kind of found their spot in the meta as this as like these like not mid-tier decks, but like I guess like the gatekeeper decks is the best way to describe them, right? You have the best decks, you have Zard and Giratina, then you have the decks that are kind of swaying in and out, right? Lost Zone variants, Roaring Moon, Miraidon, Rapid Strike, etc. Then you have Guardian Mew, who are just consistently right at that like bar. Saying you should not play Moon to Liverpool. I don't think Moon is a good play to Liverpool, but I mean Moon is also just a really fast and aggressive deck that can punish a lot of people. So I mean I don't think Moon is bad, right? I think we finally figured out how to play Moon in this format, and now that we've finally figured that out, people are actually playing the deck. Although I'm expecting it to probably drop down in popularity as the format continues, probably reaching down like to 6 and 7 ish. Miraidon's probably going to keep dropping as well because I just don't think there's a really good justifiable reason to play Miraidon right now over a lot of other decks. So yeah, and again, no Lost Box. I think all the Lost Zone players are kind of just saying fuck it, we Tina, but SableZard probably going to go up in popularity after Szymanski's run for Liverpool, but we'll see how all that goes. That was the meta breakdown. A couple interesting things to take note of for sure, but I mean it's pretty much the same as day one. What else we got here? And I think we're just going to go into the first game. It's going to be Cal Connor versus Vinny Fernandez. Of course, Vinny won the event, going undefeated as well. So this match is already quite decided if you know that Vinny went undefeated the entire tournament. So yeah, we're just gonna grab into this. Szymanski's deck similar to one. Yes. Well, it's like the same. 58 or something. Very similar lists. Which I mean, the SableZard list I played to Stuttgart was also a list that I net decked, which I think the player I net decked from also net decked, right? So the core SableZard, like the core of SableZard, has remained the same the entire format, right? Small changes here and there, but yeah, SableZard is very very well positioned. Especially if Tina and Zard continue to do what they're doing. But anyway, we're going into game one here. Game one, round 13 between Cal Connor and Vinny. It's going to be BlockLax versus Tina. This should always be favored for Vinny, 100%. Not like a free matchup, right? Cal is a very, very good player and knows how to play this matchup very well, but typically that's only going to work against inexperienced Tina players. I actually want to like quickly take a glance at the prize cards here. I think you guys can see the mini player, right? Yeah, so we got a Rotom prize for Cal, an Erica. We got double Jet prized for Vinny, which is really bad, but they're not too high up in the prize cards, so Vinny should be able to find them. But Vinny's going to go for the prize check here. We can skip that. Obviously, both players are kind of accepting that this is effectively a best of one, right? Because of the fact that we're playing BlockLax. So Vinny taking his time. I think he's fine to do that. I should also remember to speed this up. We get further thinking. And yeah, Vinny's going to make the call and grab double Tina. I don't think you need double Tina. I think one Tina is perfectly fine. But I mean, I guess there's nothing else you want on your bench as Vinny than a Tina, right? I mean, Tina V is the only thing you ever want on your bench as Vinny. Not that Cal isn't going to force you to bench other stuff, but I guess the idea is that, like, well, if other stuff is going to hit my bench anyway, then I want to fill my bench up with good cards and, like, fill my deck. So I see the vision, right? I'm not entirely sure I agree with double Tina, but I think in most cases it shouldn't matter that much as you're just trying to Abyss Seeking in the early game anyway. I think the selecting was like a Colress and a not VIP, a Pokegear, or was it? I'm not entirely sure. Vinny's not showing us his cards. Pokegear, and I think it's a Colress. I'm really not sure. I think it's an interesting game too, and well, I'm looking forward to it. Path and Pass. Path is very good. Why would you spin the deck? That's actually a really good question. Maybe just more outs to switching cards before. Like I don't think you're so worried about running out of cards to draw. You're more so running out of resources, right? Like yeah, obviously Cal's win con is deck out, and the faster deck out happens, the better it is for Cal. But both players know that the game doesn't actually end until Vinny is down all his switching outs, regardless of of how many cards are left in Vinny's deck, right? So I'm assuming it's like just have more outs to switch card, because the one less card in the deck should not matter, I guess. I don't know. Do you think Vinny will go for the shred angle? He should. I'm expecting him to, because it's typically correct. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't know how much experience Vinny has in this matchup, but I know Cal has a lot. So I'm actually really curious to see how Cal plays this, because Cal probably knows how to play this a lot better than I do, which is expected, right? Cal's kind of been one-tricking the SnorlaX for a couple of events now. This is the third event in a row he's been using it. But yeah, we're gonna see Cal prize check. Of course, taking his time as he should. This is a smart thing to do. I think it's going to be a Temple of Sinnoh. Yeah, Temple of Sinnoh was played. It's going to be an Arven. Did you shuffle and then Arven? I don't think you did. Okay, yeah, cool. I was about to say, Kyle, your time slow. No. I got the heavy ball because Rotom was prized, so it's good. You get the charm as well. I mean, one last glance through the deck, make sure everything you need is there, even though we are about to heavy ball. And then it's going to be a shuffle, and I'm assuming heavy for Rotom. I'm going to write down the rest of the prize cards. Yeah. Thinning your deck makes Sisters more likely to hit. This is true, but you play 4 Jet Energy. So, like, your switch cards obviously matter, but your Jets matter more. I don't know. I'm not sure the thinning is correct. I'm just trying to get into Vinny's headspace here. I don't know that it's correct either, but I think it's worth seeing it from both angles and kind of coming to your own conclusion. I think the only one who actually like knows if it's correct or not is probably Cal. Cal having the most matchup experience out of anyone, I'd have to assume, right? That's just a guess, of course, but still. We're going to see the Charm, Snorlax, and the Instant Charge. And we're going to go over to Vinny's turn. So I think Vinny has a Jet in hand. Okay, we're going to Comfy. Away Comfy, that's fine. I think the big benchmark for Vinny is to hit 10. I really don't think we care too much about... Not hitting 10. To hit 7, I don't think we care too much about hitting 10. So yeah. Oh, by the way, I do want to do something. I just like going through this. Can I do this from here? Oh, was that... I'm not sure that's what I want. Hold up. That's definitely not what I want. There we go. Is it pausing? No, it's not pausing. I don't know why it looks like it's pausing on my screen. Okay. Yeah, so Vinny Chorus, he got rid of VIP Comfy. Nothing to comment on there, since that's always correct. I don't know what the other cards he grabbed was, but... yeah. Always correct cards to grab there. So it's going to be a Misfortune Sisters just right off the bat for Cal. And see, we're going to see something interesting here. So Cal is going to leave the counter catcher and the VIP in Vinny's deck. So this is going to come back to what I was saying earlier about, about the fact, like, this isn't about, like, decking out, right? Like, neither player actually cares that much about when and how Vinny decks out, because the game is going to end when Vinny is out of switch outs, right? That's kind of the idea here. Yeah, so keeping the catcher in the battle VIP passing deck means that there are words are hard. There are less good cards, or there are more bad cards. Sorry, there are more bad cards in Vinny's deck, right? Which is obviously good for Cal, because if Vinny draws bad, then Cal gets to keep disrupting, keep catching, etc. It's kind of a race against time for Cal as well. So it's hard, right? You need Vinny to brick turns if you're Calvin here, and he knows this, and he's trying to keep bad cards in Vinny's deck. Vinny, of course, hence why he grabbed the Tina, trying to thin out bad cards. I guess that's the idea here, right? Yeah, you do want to hit 8 on you, that makes sense, because you want to B-star. Although that's like a very late game thing. I don't think you're in a rush to hit 8. As long as you hit 8 and then go knockout with impact into Requiem for game type of thing, or not like Requiem for game, but like at least be able to threaten Requiem, right? But yeah, so we're seeing the angle both players are taking here. Whether it's correct or not, I'm not 100% sure, but that is what both players here are going to think, and that's how they're going to play. So I think it's kind of fair. Like Cal Connor and Vinny Fernandez are two of the best players in the world, so I think it's kind of fair to agree with them. They probably both have a lot more matchup experience here than I do. So I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that they're playing this correctly. But it's going to be a Water and a Roxanne off this course for Vinny. Vinny kind of biding his time here. There's a lot of switch cards here, but he's not going to invest any of them until he is able to launch an attack. It's going to be 7 now, or unless, no, was it 7 before? Yeah, I think we're at 7 now. Yeah, so it's going to be the gate. So that's 2 gates down for Vinny, because Cal didn't mill one. Looks like he's considering splitting the energy up, because he has a jet in hand. We also have a path, though, because this jet will have no effect if this Temple of Sinnoh remains in play. So let's see what we've got. I'm assuming we're going to see Vinny play a path here. Or it's the water energy. No, it's going to be the path. It's going to be the jet energy. And I think we're just going to shred into the Snorlax for 160. Of course, the Bravery Charm having a lot of merit in this matchup, right? Protecting the Snorlax. Yeah, letting it tank a hit that it otherwise would fall to. So we're going to see Cal Nest Ball for another Snorlax, right? Obviously, you just want to fill your bench with Snorlax. Is the best move for Cal here all the time. You don't want to be in a situation later as Cal where you can't find your Snorlaxes. So, yeah, this is just, I mean, pretty basic play from Cal, but like he doesn't really need to do anything. And sometimes the hardest thing to do with Snorlax is to not overextend your resources. So yeah, we're gonna see the Penny here. That's fine, and the Temple of Sinnoh, and the Lax, and the Charm. Temple has to come down here because we have a slightly low hand size for Cal here. So this Rotom is going to need to find him something to keep playing the game. So going into Vinny's turn, what we're going to have here. Because there's 2 paths down for Vinny. I believe Vinny plays, I forgot if it's 3 or 4. Actually, let's check. You know, we are able to check this now because we do have some of the lists from this tournament. So. Let me see here. Let's pull this up. Vinny is playing 4 path to the beat. Yeah. So it's 4 switch cards, no other switching cards besides the 4 jet. So no rope, no switch. This is quite interesting. I guess we could talk about this later. Yeah, I had 4 paths. So 2 more paths for Vinny is worth keeping note of. So yeah, let's see what goes on here. I think if you're Vinny, yeah, you're just gonna start punching stuff some more. Just keep punching. Nothing really else to it. Just kind of try to run Cal out of resources here because eventually he'll probably run out. It's going to be a Sydney grab for Cal. Trying to hit a path and some jet. So there's a jet into the discard. What else we got here? Double Water, Mirage Gate, double switch card. There is a Greninja and a Cram. So Erica in Cal's hand is going to look really, really good for next turn. Yeah, so the Sydney play is actually like really good for like a multitude of reasons for Cal. Of course, you do get rid of a jet, that's a big deal. You threaten to get rid of a path, that's a big deal, right? Those are both 2 of the most important cards in the matchup. But now you also know there's both a Cram and a Greninja in Vinny's hand. And Vinny does not play any way to get rid of those, right? So this Erica is super, super free for Cal next turn. Which is obviously quite good, right? So let's see what we've got here. It's going to be a Switch Cart. Interesting. Again, trying to deny some prize cards for Vinny here. And we're going to see a Rotom. And I do actually remember watching this live, so this is gonna lead into what might be a slight misplay from Connor, but not Connor. Well, yeah, last name Connor. But we're gonna see the Erica here. Cal's gonna go from the hand. He's gonna see Water Energy. He's gonna see Mirage Gate. He's gonna put the Greninja in the active. So if you're thinking what I'm thinking, you're seeing that this Greninja's in the active and it has the resources to launch an attack. And both of these benched, or both of these Snorlax here have damage on them and would get one shot by the Moonlight Shuriken. So this is interesting because I have a very hard time imagining that Cal did not see this play coming, right? As you just got to see Vinny's hand and see like, oh hey, you know, Vinny's able to launch his attack, right? Or do we know Vinny has a Rod, right? because Vinny will have to play a Rod because there's energy in the Lost Zone and then 2 waters in hand. So Vinny should have to play a Rod to make this work. No, because he saw there's 2 waters in Vinny's hand, and there's 1 in the Lost Zone. So Cal can literally see on the board that there are 3 waters. Yeah. But if we check the list real quick again, yeah, it's 3 waters in Vinny's list. Wondering for a second if there was a 4th, but that would be quite weird. Yeah, so it's gonna be the concealed cards. You draw 2. It's gonna be if there's like half of the bosses, both very good cards to see here. There's the Rod. Did Vinny top deck Rod? I want to be absolutely certain that of like what information we had here as Cal. No, the Rod is there. The Rod is there. Yeah. So actually, yeah, Cal had all the information to see that Vinny can pull off this play. But at the same time, like if you're Cal here, this also forces Vinny to not only burn a Rod, which is a somewhat important resource. It's not like the end of the world to get rid of, but it's definitely a nice card to have. And the gate is gate number 3 for Vinny now. And you're discarding 2 energies, which might matter in some cases, right? But yeah, we're gonna see the Moonlight Shuriken. I think we're looking at like triple switch card in hand now. But obviously, you know, Cal wants to burn those, get rid of those, and yeah, Vinny's gonna be able to not only take. Actually, the more important thing to take note of here is that Vinny is not just taking 2 knockouts. Vinny's removing 2 Bravery Charms from the field. That's actually huge. I think that's the real problem for Cal here, because Vinny taking 2 prize cards after like at this point in the game is kind of expected, right? Like, yeah, you know, you could have denied the prize cards, but at the same time, yeah, Vinny. Well, actually, I just thought of something. Because of the amount of switch cards in Vinny's hand, right? Vinny would have been able to pull off this play regardless, right? Like Vinny would have been like if Cal hadn't put the Greninja down, Vinny would have put the Greninja down for him. But I guess by Cal doing this, you're forcing or Cal is actually saving Vinny a switch card, which is obviously bad for Cal, right? But at the same time, then you're forcing Vinny into the play. But I don't think you want to force Vinny into this play until Vinny is until you have at least 1 less charm in play, right? Because I mean, obviously Cal plays I think like 3 charm. Do we have the list? We have Cal's list. We have Cal's somewhere, right? I'm expecting 3 to 4 charm is the average. It's not on Limitless. I'm not gonna bother checking now. Then. But yeah, regardless, there's some debate back and forth on like what's correct here. I'm honestly not convinced there's like a surefire answer, but you know, kind of is what it is. Those 2 charms are gonna be down. But yeah, the Team Heroes Cheer can shuffle into SableZard and a Penny, 2 cards that or 3 cards that, yeah, good for call. Vinny traded 2 prize cards for 2 switch cards. This is definitely good. No, but there was Vinny hasn't played a switch card yet. Anya, a switch card has not been played yet. There's literally 4 switch cards left in Vinny's deck, and 1 Jet has been played, and then 1 has been Sydneyed, right? Yeah, so it's gonna be the Charms of Snorlax. This should be the last Charm in Cal's deck. We might be on 4. I'm not. Jet is a switch card, yeah. But playing the Erica did not get rid of a Jet for Cal, right? The Erica is not what did that, is what I'm saying. Alright, yeah, we're going to be bossing this Rotom here. And we're going to be evolving. Yeah, so this is great. This is awesome. You get to retreat your Giratina. The one scary thing here for Vinny is that Vinny does not play Switch or Escape Rope, so Switch cards actually do not help this Giratina at all, which is quite bad. And also another thing that now after this, this lost impact, Vinny is at I believe 9 in the lost zone now, which is actually like really awkward. You're not able to use Requiem yet, so I'm gonna do the Pal Pad back for Cal. What was the grabs? I think it was like Sisters Arvin. I mean, sure. Arvin here feels kind of scuffed, but I mean, I guess you kind of don't have a lot going on here. This deck is pretty big for Cal, a lot bigger than you want it to be. You'd definitely try and like thin out more. All right, and it's gonna be on Iono, yeah. So Cal kind of just like realizing like Vinny's playing with way too many cards here. Need to slow him down. I think the problem for Cal here is that like I think you have to Iono, but by Ionoing here, you're kind of accepting that you're just delaying the inevitable, right? Vinny has enough resources to close out this game, unless Cal pulls off like a miracle, right? There's 2 Jets left. There is 4 Switch Carts left, and there's a Mirage Gate left, right? So I think there are very, very few scenarios where Vinny does not have the resources to close out this game, unless Cal hits like quad switch cards off of Misfortune Sisters, which I mean isn't impossible, but it's certainly not likely. And Vinny has all the time in the world. Yeah, we're just gonna see Vinny draw past, and Cal. The name of the game here just has to be spam Misfortune Sisters and hope you hit whatever you need to hit. But it's gonna be the Silene. Double heads, pretty good. What's even the grab here? It's gonna have to be a Palpad and Sydney Temple. Pretty interesting grabs for sure. I think Palpad's more safe. Oh, Cal's not showing the camera. I think it's Rotom and Sinnoh here are the grabs. That makes sense. I'm gonna sit here and eat my really shitty store-bought muffins that I bought yesterday and was super disappointed by, but I have 2 left. Okay, wait. Oh, is this a different turn? That was a really quick turn. Hold up. Okay, so Vinny draw passes again, and Cal goes bench Rotom Iono again. I don't think we need to Iono again as Cal here. Like, I guess Cal just didn't like his hand, but this feels kinda... I mean, I guess, what was Cal's hand, actually? Okay, yeah, never mind. Cal's hand is shit. So this is fair. You have the Iono. You play the Silene before you play the Iono to have access to the Rotom. Of course, this Rotom's kind of risky here, but I guess Cal, you kind of have to put it down. Even, like, you know Vinny has another boss, but Vinny's not exactly playing with a lot of cards here, so... Yeah, you just try to fish whatever you can. Hits the path off the Sydney, which is huge, but now knows there's a boss in Vinny's hand, so this Rotom needs to get off the board, like, ASAP. Or else an energy top deck just becomes not game, because Vinny doesn't have enough in the Lost Zone. They also have not updated the Lost Zone count. That should be at 9. Yeah, I can count 9 in the Lost Zone. There's a Boca Gear as well in the Lost Zone that they're not showing on the camera, but... Yeah. I'm just going to see an instant charge again. On a pass from Vinny. There's going to be an Arvin into the hand. I'm going to be playing that. Cal realizing that for Vinny to win next turn, Vinny would have to have top decked energy this turn, switch card next turn, right? Because you also need to retreat this this Comfy. I guess switch card or energy also works, so you just have to hit the other one off of the flower selecting, but yeah. Okay, it's gonna be a switch card. I think we have those Rotting Colress. Yeah, it gets rid of the Colress. I think that's the correct choice. You're not in a hurry. And you get to put a bunch more energy into your deck. Not only is it going to make Misfortune Sisters worse, but you're also going to have better odds of drawing drawing the game. So this is fine for Mini. I think this is good, actually. Do I turn on lights? No, I don't think I do. Yeah. Penny immediately. This is the right time to do it as Connor for sure. And it's going to be a pass. We're going to inject the active still. There's a Jet in Vinny's hand. He's going to consider it. I guess if you Jet here... Actually, no, there's a Temple. Temple said it was play. Never mind. Yeah, so Jet's bad here. And you kind of know Calvin wants to spam Misfortune Sisters, so you're not really worried about. Yeah, you're not too worried about your jet in hand, like protecting it, right? But yeah, we're gonna see Misfortune Sisters being played. Tries to switch card. There is one. Leaves the VIP, of course. I think that's the part where you want to like make an argument for Cal to thin out other cards. If nothing else, just to up his chances of seeing a switch card, right? Um, yeah, like I think you want to thin the VIP pass at this point as Cal, just to get rid of the switch cards, but not the choice going to be made once Vinny's continue bricking, which is fair. Vinny's going to draw for turn and not shows us his hand because why would he? Okay, there's the path. There's the jet. Nice. I think there's a boss as well, but bossing here is kind of pointless. I think at this point as Vinny, you're probably fine to just. Okay, we're gonna flip over the V-star marker. I don't think it makes. No, well, this is gonna make a difference. Actually, I remember this. This is a misplay from Vinny, and we're gonna see why in like 2 seconds. As Cal is gonna go for a catcher, and then is gonna play Sinnoh, and then what now? Eyeing up a couple things. I'm waiting for Cal to play a certain card. Yeah, it's gonna be the Giacomo. The Giacomo, obviously, really good for Cal here, right? Now all of a sudden this bench Giratina can't attack anymore. Whereas if Vinny had lost on the jet energy and the bench grass energy to attack, right, still having the V star, then the bench Snivy would still be able to attack. So misplay on Vinny's end, but I don't think he's gonna be punished, right? Again, this game goes slow enough for it to not matter. We're gonna see a Colress for Vinny. Bunch of bad cards. I think it's always just the two basics we get rid of here. No, it's Giacomo's not the lost zone, and he just made a mistake there, and Cal fixed it. So it's gonna be the catcher in the comfy. I think we don't want to Erica stuff, or get Erica, I should say. Well, I guess you don't care that much anymore, so gotta keep the comfy. I guess it's not like terrible as Vinny, right? If you feel you're bored with comfies, but they're already two in the lost zone, so I don't think it matters too much. Yeah, we'll see. Alright, what now? I'm going to shuffle up from a nest ball that whiffed, I believe. I'm assuming that was more so to scout. See what's in the deck for Vinny. Yeah, it's going to be a pass. Okay. So yeah, Vinny again just biding his time here. No reason to rush. We're going to see the Pidgeot with the Force Steelstone hit the bench. We're going to see a Palpad back to Sisters, and we'll be eyeing up the Iono. Yep. Seems fair to me, right? Vinny has drawn enough cards now that you want to Iono him again, and kind of start trying to hit those switch cards off of Giacomo. Not Giacomo, off of Misfortune Sisters. Be the Palpat first for Cal. Gonna be a Nest Ball with also just thinning that out of the deck. Iono from hand. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Mostly Vinny hit 1. +9 here. Not +9. +3. +6. Words are hard. Yeah, we're gonna shuffle in the bird. And I'm expecting this to just be a pass for Cal here. That was off the Pidgeot, yep. Yeah, I'm expecting a pass, but we'll see. Sister's taken off of the what's it called? Pidgeot. Trying to hit a switch card. Let's see what we got. And nothing. We're going to see a VIP as nothing else is there. Just going to leave it in the deck. Keep even more dead cards for Vinny. You're really hoping Vinny bricks. He's going to draw for turn, contemplate a little bit, and then pass. We'll see another Misfortune Sisters. And this one, I believe, is also just going to completely miss the mark. Yep, no switch cards. Yeah, I believe Vinny's sitting with one in hand, if I'm not mistaken. And then there would be one left in deck. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to see Vinny's hand here. So it's going to be a pass over. A pass back. There's a catcher, there's an echoing horn. It's going to be an Arvin. It's going to be the grab for Cal here. Looking at a Pokegear and a Force Seal Stone. Force Seal is to Finn. The Pokegear is to see if we can find another Sisters. Seems reasonable. Yeah, and I think it's just going to be a pass back over to Vinny. Vinny is going to draw for turn, pick up his hand. So I think there's a switch card. I'm not sure what else I saw there. It's going to be a pass. There's a Sisters in Cal's hand. He's going to not play it. Pass back and forth. Vinny counts his cards. Cal counts Vinny's cards. Something that definitely matters here. I think Vinny's always favored in this position, though. We're gonna have to see. Oh, there's the. Okay, there's the selecting. It's be a water and another switch card. Okay, yeah. Actually, let's talk about that. So double switch cards in Vinny's hand, right? Meant that Cal wasn't hitting them. But I think Vinny was expecting the Iona to hit pretty soon, right? Kind of expecting that this is what Cal's digging for, why Cal's passing, right? So maybe just saying, like, you know what? I have these two switch cards in my hand now. I want to, get a chance to win the game before I get Iona and I potentially get sistered. So, yeah. I don't know. I think that the switch card play is kind of greedy, but also Vinny should have like a lot of energies left in deck, to be fair. Yeah. Either way is gonna get rewarded for it. Yeah, terrible matchup for Cal. This is my main problem with with the fact that it's community choice, right? This is just such a one-sided matchup. Like, obviously, Vinny and Cal are both, amazing players, right? And this matchup definitely has its own set of intricacies, but at the highest level, Snorlax just very rarely beats Tina. Yeah, we see here, we see why. We've seen why a couple times on stream as well. This is not the first time we've seen this matchup on stream. Not sure why this was a choice, but you know what, whatever. But we're gonna go in here. 17 minutes left. And this game is never gonna finish, right? Like, I don't care how fast or slow either of these players play. This game does not finish. Pretty rough prize cards for both players there. Rotom's bad, but can be heavy balled. And yeah, we're gonna see what we have for Vinny here. We're gonna Tournament Path, attach pass. This is fine for Vinny. Trying to stick the Pidgeot. You're trying to you just chill out here. Heavy Ball in hand for Cal is good. You just get to Rotom immediately. You have the Temple as well. But this is Vinny's optimal board, right? Nothing else is going on besides this Tina. You just get to Abyss Seeking until you get to Shred, right? That's literally all you do here. You just chill out for Vinny. This is 100% optimal. I think there's a Jet in Vinny's hand. And I think I saw... What else is there? I see a Cram, a Nest Ball, Switch Cart, Gate. Not a lot going on. There's a Nest Ball, but... Yeah, Nest Ball, I don't think you ever grab anything here as Vinny. I just think you price check, which is fair to do, right? Make sure you don't Abyss Seeking anything crucial. We're going to once again thin out the second Tina. Didn't do anything last game. I'm not sure we need it here. But I guess it's the same logic as last game, right? Where you're trying to thin out the good cards. Because, while sure you don't want other Pokemon in play, at least like decide what Pokemon is in play, right? This one can also be Seeking. Although, to be entirely fair here, I actually just think this is a misplay. Mainly because I think you want to keep a no Pokemon bench for as long as possible if you're Vinny. Well, I guess actually, then again, before Vinny takes a prize card, before Cal takes a prize card, this Tina really isn't threatened, right? The bench Tina really isn't going to come up to the active. it's going to be, yeah, no counter catchers are alive, so the Tina won't become up. So maybe this is fine, right? We're going to see Vinny. I don't know what he grabbed, what he kept, but we're getting rid of a Taurus and a Gate, which is huge. Oh, but it's a switch card Jet. Okay, so that's kind of rough. There's a lot of good cards there. Cal immediately going for the Misfortune Sisters. Trying to hit anything. A Rod is a pretty good hit. We do have a Rod prize for Vinny, so there's actually no Rods available to Vinny for the majority of this game. Which I think in any other scenario would have mattered, but I don't think it's going to matter here. There's just not enough time for it to matter. Again, like, you could say, like, oh, but Vinny might be prized, like, time stalling, but, I mean, even if Vinny was time stalling, right, I mean, this doesn't matter. Vinny could be playing, you know, the fastest game of Pokemon of his life, and this game would not finish. So, yeah, we're going to get rid of Confiantina, seems fine to me. Keep basics out of your hand. Don't play into Sisters. It's going to be a Sydney, I believe. No, that's a Misfortune Sisters. Okay. I thank God it's not a Sydney, because that's double Jet in Vinny's hand. I'm sure Cal would love to play a Sydney right about now. Alright. We're going to see a Pokegear. Pokegear, Colress. Okay. This Colress is probably trying to find a Path or a Switch Cart. Path, I would assume, right? You want to get value out of the Jet Energy before they get hit, but maybe VIP and Comfy to the Lost Zone. I don't believe I see a Path out in hand. So it might just be a pass for Vinny. Energy attachment, maybe. I think that's consideration here, but no, it's going to be a pass over to Cal. I think we're just going to be sitting here for a while as these players pass back and forth. Oh, did Vinny not pass? Oh, right. Vinny's going to remember that he can actually retreat. Okay, sick. Yeah. There's going to be another gate going down. I think the remaining two cards were Path and... Path and what? I didn't quite catch it, but probably something good. Yeah, this Pidgeot going to go back into the deck. Has no business being here. It's an unfortunate start for Cal. We have the Forest Seal Stone. We can put it on the Rotom if necessary. It's going to be a... I believe that was a boss onto the Cramorant. Alright, back over to Vinny. We're going to see the gate being played. I guess the gates really only want to play like one, maybe two a game. So, this is fine here. Vinny once again spreading out his energy. Yeah, I guess Double Teen is fine then. Yeah, and we got here Path and Jets. Yep. So Vinny just gonna assert the same board he had last game, which is looking extremely powerful. In worst case, if this Cram does ever stick, it can just start spitting, right? Which typically won't matter too much, but damage is damage, right? And it's something Cal will have to play around. Forces Cal to start using pennies, which is obviously very, very good for Vinny. So yeah. We're going to see the Simple coming back down. And the Catcher onto the Cram. A Charm. And I believe that is a Pokegear. And an Arven. Yep, makes sense. You just need to set up another Snorlax here, so that's fair to me. It's very yellow. Alright, over to Vinny's turn. Vinny's just kind of chilling again, right? I don't think you're really in a hurry. I mean, obviously you're up a game against BlockLax, right? There's no reason to hurry, period, but Vinny's also just like super favored in this game already. So yeah, we're gonna get the Rotom up, retreat the Cram, and Impact here going to 10. I think this is where, yep, Vinny goes to 10, has 2 energy left on the Tina. And 3 prize cards left, so yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just not seeing a lot of outs for Cal, but I mean, playing the Sydney, I believe that's just going to be a double Jet discard here, which is really, really, really good if you're Cal, but I just don't think it's enough, right? There's still plenty of energies, plenty of switch cards. You know that this active Snorlax is about to get blown up this turn here. And the catcher again. Trying to force out as many switch cards as possible. We're going to see a Nest Ball being played here. I don't really know what we'd ever grab here. Yeah. Give me a whiff. So that's fine to thin out as Vinny. It's going to be an energy to the V-Star. It's going to be a Spit. Spit's fine here. I low-key don't hate like setting up the bench Tina to be able to shred. So you can go Spit into shred and kind of ignore the charm that way. But yeah. Also quite interesting that Cal keeps giving or putting the Cram in the active when you could put the Tina V in the active. Not that Tina V, isn't threatening in its own right, but at least you're having less outs for Vinny to attack. But we're going to see a Water to the active and a Spit. So most energy going on the active here, it seems. We're going to see a Penny, and we're going to see a Catcher and a Pass. Yeah, so Tina V back in the active. Of course, Vinny does have switch cards, and now with a fresh Lax in the active, Vinny is able to just Lost Zone 2 and go to 2 prize cards. Still has Z-Star, so we're just trying to launch one more Lost Impact, and then we can end the game like that. But we're going to see the boss, which is going to result in, I believe, another switch card. Oh, we have Path and Jet. That works too. And we're going to V-Star. This is fine. You're either playing into Giacomo or you're not having energy anyway, so this is definitely the correct play as Vinny. Cal needs to see a counter catcher here if Cal wants to have a win con in this game. This game's definitely gone a lot faster than the last one, but Vinny's drawn pretty well. Cal maybe not as well. And Vinny's just able to speed up the process of this game, right? Get himself into a board state where he's just kind of always winning. I definitely think there are ways Cal wins this game, but they're not exactly what I deem likely at this point. Not that this matchup is ever, likely in any way for Cal, but still, you gotta do what you gotta do. Vinny gonna debate the Abyss Seeking. We're gonna opt not to. It's gonna be Misfortune Sisters. Okay, there is there's a gate being hit there, so I believe that's gate number 4, maybe, because we have 2 in Lost Zone. I think we played 2. Yeah, so that's gate number 4. Couldn't matter. I was just gonna top pick a switch card. And that's gonna be it. So, I mean, pretty much how this matchup normally goes, right? Nothing too revolutionary, but I think it is important to know, right, as Tina, like, hey, what pitfalls can I and can't I fall into? So that's fair, right? But let's see what we got here. We've got... All right. Aaron Santos, I stay at Bradner. Roaring Moon versus Tina. Bradner going on one hell of a run here to start this tournament. They've still undefeated. Aaron going to be on this Roaring Moon. She's going to hometown Worlds invite. That's sick. I guess from Hawaii. Maybe Honolulu, actually. Just straight up, like, in Honolulu. I'd love to have Worlds in Aarhus. Highly doubt that's going to happen, though, but a man can dream, right? Alright. The other best of 9 expedition play. Real shit. Good stuff. Both players kind of chilling out here. Upside down cards for Aaron. I'm sure that'll be fixed by the judges anytime, but let's take a look at these prize cards. So, Aaron going to be playing the Thornton-based Roaring Moon build with the Water Energies and the Lightning Energies. And Dark Patch and Thornton. So, these are a lot of these are a lot of good cards prized for Aaron. Not like amazing for Bradner either. Like Sableye at the top of the prize cards is never nice. You're not gonna have access to that. Besides that, at the end of the world. I'm gonna be real for a second. I actually think this matchup might be Moon favored. I don't care what chat says. You guys are all dumb as hell. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But no, I actually think this matchup is Roaring Moon favored. Not by a lot, like 55-45 probably, but I do actually think Moon is favored, especially when Isaiah is not going to have access to one of his most important single prize attackers. But let's see how this plays out. But yeah, I think this is one of Moon. I think Moon has a really weird matchup spread where it wins a lot of games off of cheese. But this is one of the few matchups where you can actually play an honest game of Pokemon, where you don't either like lose to dumb shit or you win by dumb shit. Like this is one of Moon's more honest matchups. But let's see how this plays out. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing, I believe, Aaron going first, which means that Isaiah definitely won the coin flip, because there's no way you ever let Roaring Moon go second. That's like the golden rule of this format: never let Roaring Moon go second. Obviously, you know, at this point in the tournament, no player's going in blind, right? It's round 14. These players have been sitting next to each other at top tables all day, and also Pokedeath Live exists. So these players know what each other are playing. There's no secrets here. Yeah, so we're going to see the nest ball for the Greninja. We're going to see a urn being played here. So just Aaron just immediately trying to put a bunch of energies away, which is definitely the right call. A lot of good cards in hand for Aaron here. I saw Sada among them. So yeah, we'll see here. It's going to be the Squawk being played here for Aaron. And then what now? I see gear. I don't see a lot else. Kind of debating whether we're Squawking or Greninjaing first. I'm gonna look. We'll see Double Dark, Sada, Pokegear, Energy Switch, Boss. Okay, so not the end of the world. I mean, definitely a couple good cards there, but certainly something or nothing you can't like live without. Aaron is going to play another urn. Find some more energies, right? If Aaron's able to get double water here, you're immediately able to threaten. You're immediately able to threaten the Greninja, but it's going to be a water, or not a water, a lightning and a dark grabbed here. Now all of a sudden trying to threaten the Iron Hands. Of course, we know the Thornton is prized. I'm not sure if Aaron has checked that. Alright, we're going to see an Ultra Ball being played here. It's going to be another Sada going down here. That's quite rough, but I'm not sure what else we have in Aaron's hand, but having this Moltres in play turn 1 is going to be quite important. I see an E-Switch in hand as well. Yeah, just eyeing up all the energies. And I'm assuming putting them to the bottom, yeah. So Dark there. What else do we have in the hand? A Forest Sealstone is pretty good. Tina doesn't play Vacuum typically, so you're kind of safe to put that down. And yeah, it's going to be a Colress off the bat for Bradner. Well, I guess, yeah, Aaron never wants to threaten Greninja because Isaiah started Manaphy. Duh. Okay. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, so we're trying to threaten Iron Hands. Of course, we know without Thornton that's not going to happen, but you at least force Isaiah to play around it, which is quite huge. Isaiah seems to be quite the choice here. It's going to be a Switch card and a Greninja going down here. I didn't quite catch what was I saying. There's a path, a switch, and a switch card. I can't see what the pink card is. It's either Escape Rope or it's going to be Switch card. I'm not quite sure which one it is, but either way, it's 3 switching cards, a path, and a Greninja here, which is really, really rough. Yeah, a triple energy switch can happen. I mean, yes, but you also just did discard a lightning energy. Well, I guess we're Sadaing. I don't know. I don't see the vision. It's not impossible, but it's certainly not likely. Isaiah's gonna go through, check prize cards, as you do. Isaiah has a very very thorough way of checking prizes that involves almost laying out the entire deck, if I'm not mistaken. Which is definitely smart. I mean, do what you gotta do, right? Tina is a deck that 100% rewards you for checking every single prize card and writing that stuff down. I typically don't do that when I play, but I think Tina is one of those decks where if I were to bring Tina to a major, I would be writing down every single prize card. So yeah, we're going to see a Spiritomb being grabbed here, as well as 2 Comfey and a Tina. Spiritomb's a very interesting grab for Isaiah here. You're going to shut off this Moltres and any potential Luminion. So I actually quite like this a lot from Isaiah. This Moltres might actually swing the matchup. I just said it was unfavored for Tina, but there's actually a real shot that this Spiritomb is enough to swing the matchup. We'll see how this plays out, though. We'll see how much this Spiritomb does end up mattering. It's going to be a Jet into the active, Comfey. As Isaiah here, you're just really trying to find an out to cram. I'm assuming he already has it since he didn't grab it off of VIP. Or maybe we're trying to Abyss Seeking here. I would really like to see the cram here, though. These one-prizers are very, very valuable. I get a lot of value in this matchup for Tina. But it's going to be a pass over. So as long as you're not really leaving a 2-prizer here, you're fine. Yeah, Isaiah kind of just have to hope that this Tina V does not get one shot, because if it does, it's going to be rough. But it's going to be a 1 dark off the Sada. It's not a great hand for Aaron. It seems... We do have the 4 Steelstone, though, so I wouldn't have hated to see, like, 4 Steelstone before the Sada. For, like, even just a Roaring Moon would have been good, but whatever. We're going to see the Pokestop, hands at the discard, so... I mean, setting up for the Thornton play, of course, the Thornton's not there, but Isaiah at least has no way of knowing that, so... we're going to see the Ultra Ball away double VIP. Quite good. And then what now? What do we got now for Aaron? I'm going to see a Mew here. Alright. You need a free retreater, and Mew gives you draw as well, so quite good. To me, an Escape Rope played. I think if you're Isaiah, you're always giving Comfey here, although there's definitely a bait to be made for the Manaphy. Assuming you have the resources to get it back, but yeah, this could be a Manaphy promoted for Isaiah here. There's also a non-zero chance that Aaron just straight up does not have attack, so who knows what's actually correct here, but it's going to be a Palpad. We're getting back Sada and Boss off the Palpad. Not a lot of cards left for Aaron. Trying to dig for an energy, it seems. Might have thinned a little too many of them earlier. Still has the V-Star, so not the end of the world we whiff here, but still prefer not to use it. Mew is also very good in this matchup. This is true. Not that you can't one-shot stuff otherwise, but still. Okay, yeah, it's going to be the V-Star being used here. Going to have to find an energy for Aaron. Quite an unfortunate way to use the V-Star, but it is what it is. Just going to eye up the vessel. Yeah, going to grab 2 dark, just show the vessel. There we go. And there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, obviously, you know, you have to play your cards in order. Can't just force Steelstone 2 dark energy. Gotta play the vessel first. And I think we're just going to see an attachment to this Roaring Moon, and we're going to swing, I'd assume. Which is the only reason we'd ever play the 4 Steelstone now. We're going to conceal cards first. Seems fine to me. Still, I can't help but feel like this board would have been a lot better if we had put down a second Roaring Moon at any point. But, you know, it's going to be an energy to Roaring Moon, and it's going to be a switch into the Greninja. Okay. And a pass over to Isaiah. I mean, okay. I see the idea here, right? You don't want to put a 2-prizer in play. Obviously, feels really, really bad against Tina, right? It's a matchup where, as Aaron, you're trying to go 2-2-2. So by giving the Greninja here, you're kind of saying, like, hey, I hope you don't have it. And if you do have it, like, you not only need to set up to get 7 in the Lost Zone, but you also need to boss my Moon. Right, and then next turn, if Isaiah doesn't have it, then you get to go boss Tina and start the 2-2-2 race. But at the same time, like at that point, then like we should never have used 4 Steelstone when we did. We should have been using 4. Like if this was always the plan for Aaron, then Aaron needed to have gone 4 Steelstone for Roaring Moon to go to get 2 energy off of Sada, because then you get more value, you get more attackers, right, and then you have more than just this 1 attacker setup, right? You have another energy and another attacker in play. Which is going to set you up for future turns a lot better. So, kind of getting the impression that Aaron wasn't entirely sure what he even wanted to do there, but that's whatever. We're going to see a Colress being played for Isaiah. And what do we got here? VIP Roxanne. Roxanne's pretty good here, but not necessary if you're winning the race. It's going to be a jet into the Comfy. And what now? What are we eyeing up here? It's going to be a jet getting rid of. I'm not sure what he grabbed. Can't really see it. 4 cards in hand for Aaron. Going to be the Nest Ball played. For Isaiah. The problem with the Cram here, and why Isaiah's actually going to grab the second Xena V, was that with the Greninja in the active and the Sableye in the prizes, not only is cramming this Greninja really low value because there's not a more Pekko in play, right, which is what Aaron wants, so this is smart by Aaron to even have the situation. But also without the Sableye, your one prizer lines become a lot worse. As it's gonna hit the Pokestop and kind of get burned. It's not like the end of the world. 200 is pretty rough. There's not something you can't solve with a rod, so it's interesting. We're gonna see a path coming down. It's gonna be a pass. So both players kind of playing like a mini game of chicken here, trying to leave one prizer in the active until you get to knock out 2 prizers, right? Because neither player gets any value from knocking out a 1 prizer at this stage in the game. Yeah, so we're going to see a Roaring Moon coming down here. Would have loved to see that earlier, but it's whatever. We're going to have a Pokestop. And what do we have off the Pokestop? We're going to see Energy Switch, Battle Baby Best Sada. How many Sada is that? It's got to be like quite a lot, right? I think it's 3 after the Palpad, so not a lot left here, and it's going to be quite rough without the access to the Moltres. So, I mean, Aaron, as this game goes on, Aaron's going to get more and more punished for not having that extra energy in play that he could have gotten otherwise had he used his Force Seal Stone at a different point. Energy Switch, of course, having a lot less value without the Moltres, so it's a fine Ultra Ball. Since you're thinning anyway, like thinning your hand, of course, for this Mew, it's gonna be a whiff on the Pokegear. I think the only thing you ever grab here is you need both. Well, actually, yeah, you need both Boss and you need Sada. So there's actually, oh, never mind. We have Boss as Aaron here, so yeah, it's just gonna have to be a Mew. Hope we find Energy or Switch Out. What do we got? I see an Earthen Vessel being played. Gonna get rid of a Dark Patch. That's quite unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah. I'm gonna grab Dark Water, and then Aaron here is gonna be able to start the prize trade. But unfortunately for Aaron, I just think that he's down so many resources already just to even get to this point. That kind of because of the Spiritomb, right? Kind of because of some bad Pokestops and a couple other factors, including the misplay I was talking about earlier. Sure, Aaron's starting the prize trade, but I think it's quite likely that Aaron won't be able to finish it. And Isaiah will be able to clutch up this game, especially if Isaiah is able to get a well-timed Roxanne path. But let's see what Isaiah has here. Isaiah still does need to start hitting knockouts though, or this just won't matter. Yeah, we're gonna need another Tina V. 1 V-Star down is fine. Being down a Rod in the Lost Zone here might come to bite Isaiah. If played correctly, this shouldn't matter, but it's not impossible that it does. It's going to be a single Psychic from Mirage Gate. That's not good. Of course, if Isaiah does have Grass in hand, then Colress will get him there. Yeah, there's a Grass in hand. We're going to see a Comfy. We could also see we're at 8 now, so we can also see double Comfy is very possible if Isaiah has a switch card. So double Comfy into Attached Grass Requiem. So not terrible, definitely not optimal, but Isaiah's gonna glance over at the prize cards you wrote down and get rid of a Path to the Peak. That's unfortunate, but probably necessary. We're gonna see another gate coming down here, just another single Psychic. Pretty rough, but I guess if you don't have this Palpad, not Palpad, you don't have this Rod, then it's kind of the only thing you can do. So there's a switch, and we know Isaiah has the Grass. Yeah, can you get a double Psychic? Should be fine. If you have another Psychic, that's definitely the way to do it. And now Isaiah is going to keep pace in this trade. So let's see if Aaron is able to keep it up. Aaron needs to launch another attack this turn and a attack the following turn as well. So it's not great. It's certainly not great for Aaron. Again, a lot of energy down. There's going to be the Sada. Should be the last Sada of this game. It's going to be a Lightning Energy chosen. That's interesting. I would have personally preferred to see the Dark attached there, but I guess you have a Dark from hand, so it shouldn't matter too much. And then what now? I think it's going to be a Retreat and a Frenzied Gouging. Yeah, seems to be the case. And as you know, as good as this seems for Aaron, the problem is that Isaiah simply goes establish Tina, knockout active. All right, what now, Chief? Right? Or even worse, Isaiah could like kill with Spitting Attack. Right, Isaiah can kill with any of his one prizers. Attack. Does Manphy do 30? Manphy does do 30, right? Actually, let me check. I have like a physical Manphy right here. No, Rain Splash does 20. Rain Splash does 20, so Rain Splash would be 10 short. But Cram is probably a lot more reasonable of a choice for Isaiah here. Of course, you prefer Sableye, but Sableye's in the prize cards. Not that it should matter too much here. For Isaiah, we'll see a Flower Selecting. What's the choices here? Not quite sure. It's going to be a Pokegear we're getting rid of. I guess that's fine. I'm going to switch. I'm going to Spit. And it's going to be a Scoop for Aaron. Okay, yeah. So Aaron, not able to set up another attacker. Knows they're not able to set up another attacker. It's just kind of like, you know, be like, okay, cool. Go next, right? Which is, you know, what you have to do, right? I think that's just correct every time as Aaron. So, definitely a couple things I think we could have seen Aaron do differently here, but, I mean, by no means, like, terrible, right? I think the draws were a lot more impactful than Aaron's play in this game, unfortunately. A lot of unfortunate things happening there. So, we're going to play TCG. What deck would you recommend to start with? If you're playing online locally and you want to get into the game, honestly, I mean, there's a lot of like pretty simple meta decks right now. But honestly, I mean, go on live, play around with whatever you like. There's a lot of free decks, right, that are available to players. So yeah, go on live, test out ideas, or not test out the decks there, right? Maybe go on Limitless. That's a online resource. You can see a bunch of the best performing decks, right? Zard is a good beginner deck. I think Zard is very simple, so it's very easy to understand, but maybe not like the most interesting to play, depending on who you are, right? If you want to play on hard mode, you could pick up Giratina. It'll teach you a lot about the fundamentals of Pokemon, but you will improve a lot slower because the deck is a lot harder to play. But really, I think when you're getting into a game or you're getting back into the game, the most important thing is you're having fun. So pick whatever deck you have the most fun with, right? No, do not play Guardy. Unless you hate yourself, do not play Guardy. Which if you hate yourself, then I mean, maybe you should go to therapy. Anyway, yeah, Zard also survives rotation. This is true. So if you're investing in cards, if you're buying cards, Zard's actually probably a pretty good investment in that regard. But if you're playing on live, go on live, try out different decks, find out what you like, and then go play it locally. Nothing wrong with sticking with just a single deck when you're starting out either. There's absolutely no harm in that. All right, well, we're gonna get back into this game. Prize cards, double Pokestop, might get rough if Isaiah paths. Besides that, this is pretty standard. Yeah, 2 energies for Isaiah, shouldn't matter too much. Yeah. But if you want an actual deck recommendation, just real quick, Zard is good. Miraidon is probably a good beginner deck as well. If you just want like an actual deck, right, recommendation, but the actual recommendation is to go test decks yourself to see what you actually enjoy playing, right? So, because there's no point even not having fun, right? Okay. So we're gonna see Aaron going first. Okay, okay. Hold the fuck up. Excuse my language. Cloudstalker, thank you so much for the sub. It's greatly appreciated. Welcome to. Okay. Pause. Aaron. Aaron's choosing to go first here. And I need to know why. I guess in this matchup it's not terrible because you're trying to turn to Bossatina. But like your deck is just so much better going second. Even if you're not attacking, right? You surely play Morpeko. Morpeko is just a way forward, right? If you set up 2 moons and end your turn with Greninja in the active, right? I mean, that's completely fine too. I cannot imagine. I mean, unless there's something I just don't know about Aaron's deck list, I cannot think of a single justifiable reason as to why Aaron should be going first. This makes no sense to me. But okay. I mean, you do you, I guess. There's double VAP in Aaron's hand, so clearly Aaron is just a better player than I am. Aaron's second guessing the Moltres grab now that he knows that Isaiah is playing Spiritomb. I don't think the Moltres is bad by any means, but you do just need 2 Roaring Moons. I really want to see 2 Roaring Moons on this board. When does the Iron Hands come down? Okay. I mean, sure, you're going first, you're trying to turn 2 hands type of thing, maybe. I don't really know that I agree with this. This just seems unnecessary to me, unless Aaron doesn't play Morpeko. But there's just no way Aaron doesn't play Morpeko. I refuse to believe Aaron does not play Morpeko. And also, like, this Iron Hands could be so many better cards. This Moltres could be so many better cards. The only real reason Moltres should ever be here is because you get your 1 free energy before Isaiah puts down a Spiritomb, and you have a 4 Sealstone target, right? The 4 Sealstone is the only reason this Moltres has to be here. This Iron Hand should not be here. Like, the Thornton is in your deck for a reason, dude. Also, where's Morpeko? Or Mew? At least a free retreater. This Morpeko should be here instead of the Greninja because you can never bench 2 1-pricers in this matchup or you're gonna lose to Sableye. Okay, okay, we're just doing this stuff now. Okay. It's still super scuffed, but I mean, I guess if no, this is even worse. The Greninja play is fine. Okay, I want to start with the Greninja play is fine. It's risky because if Isaiah just grabs a Manaphy, it's wasted, right? But at least you're able to you're able to knock out a 1-pricer with You're able to one-shot a 1-pricer with a 1-pricer, which actually might be really good. You kind of get like a pseudo Morpeko. But the problem here is actually the fact that the Iron Hands is on the bench, right? Not just the fact that the Iron Hands has no reason to be on the bench. The Iron Hands being on the bench is actually just straight up detrimental to Aaron, because if this Iron Hands is in the discard pile, right? If Isaiah does bench a Manaphy and pass with a Comfrey in the active or pass with a Cram in the active, now you have Iron Hands in discard, you have 2 energy on this Greninja, and then you're opening yourself up to a potential Thornton play, right? Now you have no realistic way of ever threatening the Iron Hands, whereas if Iron Hands was in the discard pile, right, this would be so much better. Now obviously it was VIP for the Iron Hands, right? So you still have to find the Iron Hands next turn, but it's not like this deck doesn't play ways of discarding cards, right? That's like half the deck. So, yeah, I don't. You're also committing a lot of resources to this Greninja. Like if we were going double attachment to the Iron Hands, right, to threaten turn 2 Iron Hands, that would be so much better. Actually, that'd be so much better. Wow. God, I need to drink some water. 2 seconds. I started ranting too much. Give me a sec. Oh, did I not mute? Sorry. Didn't mean for you guys to have to hear me blow my nose. But yeah, no, my cold recovering body is not is not super happy about me screaming into a microphone. All right, now that my throat isn't drying out anymore, let me be a little more civil about this. Okay, so the energy should never be going on this Greninja because the Iron Hand is always going to do Greninja talk better. This Greninja is too greedy. There's no reasonable way that Aaron can expect Isaiah won't have an out to Manaphy. He's forcing Isaiah to bench. Yeah, but then like the problem is that after the Manaphy hits the bench, then Aaron's doing nothing either, right? So sure, you're forcing the Manaphy, and then maybe Isaiah has to grab or like forgo something else. But if Isaiah's doing nothing, it doesn't help you because you're doing nothing too, right? So you're just not achieving anything. Whereas if you're threatening the Iron Hand, the best thing Isaiah can do is put a Tina V in the active, in which case you can very realistically set up a Roaring Moon in a single turn with Dark Patches, with Sada, etc. So, yeah, this play is bad for a multitude of reasons that are all stacking on top of each other for Aaron here. Of course, no personal hate to Aaron. Of course, I want to make that clear. It's just the gameplay, right? You have to play very well to make it to 11-2, no matter how much you sacked. So, yeah, no disrespect to Aaron, no hate to Aaron, right? 11-2 is still a super respectable score. You have to be very good at the game to get to this point, but it doesn't change the fact that this is a misplay. Fatigue could be a factor. Stream nerves could be a factor, right? Aaron's by no means a bad player because again, bad players do not go 11-2, right? So that aside, I'm gonna be seeing a squawk and then a pass. So we're gonna go into Isaiah's turn. I'm done ranting about the board. I'm sure there's more I can nitpick actually, but I think we've had enough of that. Yeah, we're gonna see a Chorus being played for Isaiah here. Really not that great of a hand. There's a is that a VIP in Isaiah's hand? Or is that an alt? No, it has to be a VIP. If that is a VIP, I would have really loved to see Isaiah play the VIP before the Chorus. No, there's no way Isaiah's doing all this before a deck search, right? Getting rid of 2 switch cards to Psychic, okay. Can't see the hand. There's a Greninja. There's a concealed cards, okay. Is that not a VIP? Or am I just no? That has to be. Yeah, it is VIP. Okay. Yeah, this is very confusing to me. I think you always VIP. I mean, I think as Isaiah here, you always VIP before you do all these things. Now I do see the vision here. I see the idea, right? Obviously Isaiah pretty much wants a full bench this turn. There's a lot of cards you want. You want second Comfy. You want Cram. You want Tina. You want Manaphy. You need Manaphy, right? There's a lot of cards Isaiah needs to hit here. So, you know, playing the VIP second means that you have outs to draw into those cards before you play the VIP, which makes your odds of drawing those cards better, right? But the problem here is that now Isaiah is making pretty important loss zone decisions, right? Without having gotten the chance to check his prize cards, which could bite him in the ass. Now, I don't think it's going to because Isaiah's prize cards weren't that bad, but I think the safer play in Isaiah's position was to use the VIP first, right? Still, though, I mean, obviously this play does make sense on Isaiah's end, right? As I said, you need a lot of cards here for Isaiah. You need Manaphy. I think you really want Manaphy Cram. You need Manaphy Cram and Comfy, right? And you really want a Tina. And you actually want Tomb, too. You need a lot of cards here. So, yeah, there's a lot. Like, there's actually more than... Are we even benching the Greninja for Isaiah here? Maybe there's too many cards we want. Was benching Greninja necessary? I'm not actually entirely sure it was. I'm not saying it's bad. You're just making a sacrifice to do something else. I guess the idea is we're not turn one spitting. Oh, okay. So Isaiah's gonna take a different line here, and I go double Tina. Now this is another thing. This is another. It's just another reason why the Greninja's bad here, right? Of course, this does mean that Aaron's gonna get another turn of Moltres, which is nice. But like Isaiah doesn't care that much, right? Especially because Aaron committed so many energies to not Roaring Moon. Um, like the odds of Aaron setting like not only setting up two Roaring Moon but also bossing a Tina has decreased drastically by the fact that there's so many energies on this Greninja. So being able to grab double Tina here is really really good for Isaiah. But honestly, I think this just proves my point even more that like the VIP, I would have loved to see the VIP class first, because if Isaiah was always going to grab double Tina, you grab double Tina, you have all the information, then you start Colress and you start to selecting, right, and then worst case if those two cards do nothing for you, right? You still have the out to Abyss Seeking if you want to. You can just pass with Comfy inactive. You can do a bunch of stuff, but that's not the play Isaiah's gonna make here. I think it's a minor misplay, right? It's a small mistake that Isaiah's not gonna get punished because Isaiah's prize cards aren't that bad. But if Isaiah's prize cards were bad, there's a chance he gets punished. So it's like it's a minor nitpick, right? This play on Isaiah's end is definitely not like it's not bad. It's just like a minor thing. Whereas Aaron's play was straight up bad, right? It's just a straight up like blunder, I'd assume. But we're gonna see an Abyss Seeking from Isaiah here, which is interesting. Kind of not respecting the Roaring Moon here. Certainly a bit greedy, but I guess by going Abyss Seeking here, you're putting yourself in a situation where you're pretty likely to be able to respond to a Roaring Moon, and then you're playing the race from behind, but you are playing the race. So I'm not sure if I agree with this, but I also can't see Isaiah's hand. I think if Isaiah's hand is good, then Abyss Seeking is bad. If Isaiah's hand is bad, then Abyss Seeking is good, because you need to see cards to be able to do anything. But as we can't see Isaiah's hand, it's kind of hard to actually make the call here. So yeah. What happened here? Okay. Aaron draws return. Did Aaron draw pass? Did Aaron draw past? What the hell is going on in his hand? Sada, Boss, Sada, Squawk, Dark Patch, Nestball? No, if there's no energy in the discard, this is terrible. I'm trying to think like what Aaron could have done to not be in this spot. The only thing I can think of is to not have used Dire Flame Wings, but I mean obviously I don't think the E-switch from the Dire Flame Wings ever should have gone to the Greninja, but I do think you do always Dark Energy to Moltres E-switch to something, either a Moon or a Hands. I think would have been a lot better, but that's besides the point here. Yeah, so I mean, even if Aaron had played correctly here, yeah, even if Aaron had played correctly here, he would still have had the draw pass. So that's incredibly rough for Aaron. Now Isaiah should just be able to run away with this. Yeah, I don't think anyone would have expected that handoff of Squawk. Jet Energy going away for Isaiah. A lot of switching cards going away here for Isaiah. Not what Isaiah wants to see here. Can't always see the cards, but I'm assuming these are necessary for Isaiah. It's going to be a whiff off the Pokegear. What do we have here? Going to be another Comfy and another Switch. It's a lot of switching cards being used for Isaiah. It's going to run out eventually. Running out this early is going to be quite bad, but we'll see. It's going to be a Nest Ball going away. And a Manaphy Keep. That seems fine. Yeah, Aaron's most likely way back into this game would have to be a Greninja play, which you're already pretty well set up for. So by punching the Manaphy here and knocking out the active with Tina V-Star, Isaiah's going to put himself in a very, very commanding spot. But let's see what the grabs end up being here. Okay, we have Grass in hand and Jet was last turn, so this makes sense for Isaiah. Obviously, the water energy is your least valuable energy at this point in the game, but we're also going to see a second Mirage Gate. I guess it's going to be Grass Psychic to the other Tina. Yep. I like this a lot. I like this quite a lot. You have the Grass energy for the bench Tina as well. Yeah, seems good. So Isaiah should have, yeah, there's Evolution. There's 2. Awesome. Manaphy bench, Grass, Tina, Retreat. Yeah. So this board is just, I mean, pretty much impossible for Aaron to overcome. Aaron has to, he can't attack with the Greninja, so has to Roaring Moon. And having to Roaring Moon means that Isaiah can just punish him in like a million different ways. Of course, has bench Tina set up, ready to Requiem. Is able to threaten certain plays with Cram and Sableye, but yeah, just a single draw pass is going to mean that Aaron, regardless of how good or bad Aaron had played turn 1, it wouldn't have mattered because the draw pass, just that single turn, means that Isaiah is always going to win the trade, always going to send up a more commanding board state, and Aaron's just always going to lose this game. So. Aaron, misplay or not, I don't think would ever have won this game, unfortunately. Which is just sometimes that happens, right? Nothing you can do about it. In this case, good play would not have saved Aaron. Which is unfortunate, right? But doesn't change the fact that Aaron could have played better, regardless of how much it would have mattered, right? But let's see how Aaron's able to get back into this game. It's going to be a Mew off the Nest Ball. Again, I mean, I just want to see. I want to see 2 ancient Pokemon in play. I want to see us actually get value off of the Sada because Sada for 1 is just not a lot of value. It's going to have to be a pass with the Roaring Wind, the active. I'm assuming for Isaiah we would like to Requiem because getting rid of 2 energies here is going to be pretty rough. But it's going to be a Rod here. It's going to be a Psychic and a Water, and I don't think there's anything else. See a Jet, let's see, okay, yeah. So I think Isaiah, actually with this Jet and this Grass, is able to use Lost Impact while keeping both Water, or both Psychic Grass on both Tinas, which should be a checkmate position, which is what Isaiah is going to set up here. I mean, I see the line in Isaiah's hand, and I'd be very, very shocked if Isaiah did not see it too. Yeah, exactly. This is checkmate. There's absolutely nothing Aaron can do here. It just has to be like a boss stall, but even then, there's just no way Isaiah does not have at least an energy to retreat any of these Pokemon. And if you knock him out at any point, right, you just lose to the Tina. So you'd have to like take 1 prize card with the Greninja, and then Isaiah couldn't have boss, and then you'd have to do. I mean, what exactly, right? Like, Isaiah just ignores the Greninja until he sees boss. So, yeah, really nothing Aaron can do here. No realistic win conditions I see for Aaron, which is a shame, right? We're gonna see Roaring Moon come down, but it's just too late at this point. Nothing is going to win Aaron this game. Yeah, no hole in Isaiah's board to capitalize on, and there's nothing, right? Isaiah's checkmate is pretty much airtight. Isaiah would have to be sitting on quite literally the worst hand ever given to a Pokemon player, period, for him to lose here in the same game where his opponent draw passed. So love how they update the lost time tracker. Oh yeah, they're very inconsistent about it because sometimes they're very fast, and then other times there goes like several turns without that thing being updated. It's quite weird actually. Oh god, I forgot crumbs on my floor. That's what you get for eating muffins in your room. Listen to your parents, kids. Okay? Don't eat cake in your room. You're gonna get crumbs on your floor. But thankfully, I'm just an overgrown child who has to pay rent on his own, so I can do whatever the hell I want. And no one can stop me. Yeah, eventually Aaron is just going to extend the hand. Aaron's just going through the motions. Unless Aaron knows something I don't, but I unfortunately do not think that's the case. I say unfortunately for Aaron, of course. Yeah, what do we grab? Wait, what do we grab off the Force System? I think we're still, okay, we're still using Force System. Okay, wait, never mind. We grabbed something. What do we grab? Let's grab. It was an Earthen Vessel. I don't exactly know what Earthen Vessel is supposed to do here, but whatever. Okay, we're grabbing 2 energies. For what? What are these energies going to do? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to go Greninja attack. 90 active. Isaiah's just going to slam boss. And extend the hand. Yeah, so really well played on Isaiah's end. I mean, I expect nothing less from Isaiah Bradner, of course. Right, one of the best players in the game. That's kind of been on a bit of a break. I think this actually is this his first top cut in over a year? No, not over a year, but almost a year. I think his last one was in Orlando, maybe? I'm not sure. Not like I paid that much attention to it, but yeah. All right. What do we have here? What was the interview? That was Isaiah. Who we got here? All right. So round 15, win and in. We're gonna see Roaring Moon get farmed even more. It's gonna be Julio versus Caleb. Roaring Moon versus Zard. A lot of Roaring Moon. What was game 1 today? Actually, I already forgot that. It was Tina BlockLax. Yeah, so a lot of Tina, a lot of Roaring Moon. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, Julio going to be playing the same Roaring Moon variant as we saw. What's it called? Aaron be playing earlier, and Caleb is going to be on Zard. So it's going to be Caleb going first here. I'm assuming Julio won the coin flip and actually chose second. I really, really hope that's the case. I better not be seeing any funny business on either side here. Both players want to go second. Period. End of story. So, yeah. There's no way Julio did not win the coin flip. So Caleb got a prize check. We actually haven't seen the prize cards. No, did we see the prize cards? We did see the prize cards, but I don't think there was anything that, like, stuck out to me. Oh, Rotom being prized. That's a big deal. Yeah, Rotom's prized. I don't know what Caleb's rod count is, but one being at the top of the prize cards could be important. It's kind of not entirely sure. Yeah, it's going to be a Charmander bench and a Mew. We have a Pidgey in hand already and an Artisan, so yeah, not the end of the world here. It's going to be a Manvi bench as well. Good heads up play on Caleb's end. Again, these players know exactly what the other one's playing. This is round 15, right? So yeah, it's going to be a Pidgey and a pass. Good board for Caleb. I mean, considering that the Rotom was prized. Right, obviously you'd love to see a Rotom on this board for Caleb, but you don't have Rotom. This is the second best for sure. So, just spilled muffin all over me. Guess I'm bringing the vacuum upstairs when I'm done streaming, huh? Alright, whatever. Okay, Ultra Ball for Julio. Double Dark, pretty good. We're going to see a prize check, and it's going to be a, I think it was a Lumen grab? No, it was a Squawk off of Ultra Ball and a Lumen from hand. Okay. And we're going to grab a Sada, which means I assume we have outs to 2 Roaring Moons in hand, but we are shuffling the deck, so that's interesting. Was that double Roaring Moon from hand? Yes, it was. Okay. Yeah, so this is fine. You Ultra Ball for the Squawk, because you need to Ultra Ball for something and you want to Squawk this turn anyway. Cross Switchers in Julio's deck, that's worth noting. That's pretty important. Is that double Switcher? No, it's just one. Right? Oh, it is double Switcher. Oh, rip Pidgey. Rip Pidgey. Yeah, it's actually quite a big deal. Canceling Cologne in Julio's deck is worth taking note of as well. This could be pretty important in the matchup. Going to be a Pokestop. Sada going is rough. Ultra Ball's not super needed, but not the end of the world. Moltres hits the bench. And knockout. Yeah, so already I much prefer how Julio's playing this deck as to how Aaron went about it. But let's see here. Caleb. Start turn with Charizard. Probably not exactly what Julio was hoping to see, but still. This knockout on Julio's end actually has a lot of merit in a lot of different ways. First of all, by knocking out a one prizer, while it's not great for the prize trade, what it does do is it means that Caleb is not one-shotting Roaring Moon yet, which is quite a big deal. Right? Caleb hitting this Roaring Moon is good because you put damage and you make Frenzied Gouging a lot worse, but you're still not taking a knockout, right? You're still at mercy to Julio's potential counterplay. So yeah, this one prize knockout is actually really good for Julio in a lot of ways. But the idea was definitely to disrupt Caleb, and that seems to have failed, at least so far. We'll see if it comes up later in the game, right? Obviously, Pidgey is a lot better than just turn 1. We're going to see the Mysterious Tail here. I see Candy, see the Ultra Ball, so a lot of potentially good outs here. I think there's a Fish in Caleb's hand. Probably not something he wants to bench, but if he has to, he probably will. Arvin would be a great grab. You're going to grab the Ultra Ball, yep. Let me a shuffle for Caleb, though, so not going back in, it seems. Probably just content with this one Zard. No, he's going to consider it. And keep shuffling. Okay, so. Yeah, it's going to be a retreat into the Zard. I think we're just going to hit. No, it's going to be a boss onto the Mew. Okay, that's huge. Yeah, so Caleb is going to be able to instigate this this 2/2/2 price trade, which is really, really bad for Julio. All Caleb needs to do to win this game is to stream his Charizards. The problem is that without Pidgey, that's going to be incredibly difficult. Of course, Charmander is actually a very valuable attacker in this matchup, as these Roaring Moons are going down to 30 HP. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I do believe this matchup is favored for Caleb for a lot of reasons, but a big one being the fact that these Charmanders can get quite violent. 30 damage is a great number to be hitting against Roaring Moon. And there's also a Radiant Charizard in Caleb's deck, so that card is also extremely, extremely valuable in the matchup, so we'll see how this goes. It's going to be an Energy to the Greninja. I believe that was from hand. There's going to be Frenzied Gouging into the Zard. So yeah, Julio is kind of accepting the fact that his win condition is just going to be to have Caleb not do anything, at least not do anything good. But I think Caleb's hand is pretty fine. We're going to be baiting this Dominion. It's going to be a Dominion here, I'm assuming, for an Arvin. Iono is probably not bad either, but I think you're safe here. It has to be the Arvin. Unless we have, well, we do not have Force Hill Stone in hand. We have Radzard. We have Candy Ultra Ball actually, so maybe we don't need to Arvin here. But I guess you also want to like guarantee out the Charmander. It's certainly awkward. Attacking with this Charmander has a lot less value than it typically would because Julio's already taken a one prize knockout. So Julio's completely okay knocking out this this Mander. But we are going to see a Rod being grabbed off the Yarvin, as well as a Force Sealstone. I quite like the Rod grab here. You're going to need a lot more energy than what you have currently. Oh yeah, if this Mander does... if this Mander wants to attack, it has to evolve because there is no Charizard to power it up. So yeah, of course we're going to see the Charizard. We have the Candy in hand already for Caleb. A lot of good cards in Caleb's hand, considering that Caleb has not used Quick Search once. But yeah, we're going to see a Radzard bench and a Zard evolve. Yeah, and we're just going to go 2, 1, and that's, I mean, it's not game, but it's a pretty convincing board state for Caleb here. Really well played, really well managed on Caleb's end to get to this point. Obviously, kind of just had everything in hand, which is kind of crazy. Insanely good draws for Caleb, but still had to execute everything correctly and did so quite well. So yeah, we're gonna go into Julio's turn. Now Julio has to figure a way around this, which frankly I'm not seeing it. It'd have to be, I mean, attacking something with a one prizer. You'd have to probably go knock out, preferably the Charizard, maybe any one prizer with your Greninja, and then your Greninja has to not get bossed around the next turn, and then you Frenzy Gouging the Charizard. So there's certainly a line for Julio. It's not impossible, but it's definitely not unlikely, or definitely not likely, I should say. We're going to see an Attach Return and a Dark Patch to the Roaring Moon. So we're looking for an energy switch here, and a boss. It's going to be Canceling Cologne. No, it does not. The Canceling Cologne does not work, actually. 3 cards here is a VIP Earn. Not great. I don't know what the... Oh, okay, Julio's going to scoop. Okay. Did Julio have Mew? Julio did not have Mew. Okay, yeah. Well, wait, do we use conceal cards? We have not used conceal cards. I mean, maybe Julio's just out of energies. I don't know. I'm sure you conceal cards there if you can, as Julio. So maybe Julio was just out of energies. That's very possible. Yeah, I'm assuming no energy in deck. I would probably still play the Urn to check, of course, but we'll just go with the assumption that there was no energies for Julio. Julio sees the hand and goes, that sucks. Oh, he failed the last vessel? Okay, cool. Never mind then, yeah. Alright, so what do we got here? We've got 1-1 Bird for Caleb. Double Energy, double Arvin, kind of rough. Double Dark Patch Cologne is definitely rough for Julio, but not unwinnable. And Julio chose first. Alright, surely there's something I'm missing about this matchup then, because this is the second game in a row where we've seen these Roaring Moon players choosing to go first. Yeah, I really don't think your odds of hitting the turn 2 are that increased by going first as Roaring Moon. I really don't think they are. Especially when your opponent is going to bench a Rotom regardless, typically. What's going on here? Someone's talking with a judge. I think it's a judge shuffle. Okay, sure. Anyway, we're going to see conceal cards. Yeah, I still disagree with going first as Roaring Moon, but maybe there's something I've missed. Maybe I've I don't know. Someone didn't inform me that the new tech in the Roaring Moon Zard matchup and the Roaring Moon Tina matchup is to go first as Roaring Moon. Maybe I'm uninformed. I would be very surprised if that was the case though. So yeah, we're gonna see a second Roaring Moon bench. We're gonna see an Earthen Vessel can grab some energies. Julio gonna put himself in a position to kind of pop off next turn. But again, I mean, no Sada's kind of. I guess you get an extra turn of Moltres is the idea. Yeah, double Sada and discard plus Sada and prize card is gonna be quite rough for Julio. But yeah, Caleb gonna start playing his turn here. I think we have Rotom in deck this time, right? I think we do. It's going to be a quick price check for Caleb. We're just going to skip past that. Again, we already know the price cards. Okay, VIP and Forest Sealstone. It's going to be what? Manaphy, Mew, Forest Sealstone to the to the Lumen. It's going to be double Mander grab, and it's going to be an Artisan from hand. It's going to be a Pidgey. Yeah, so we're going to value the Mew and the Manaphy over the Rotom, which makes sense because you already have the Fish in play, and I believe we're going to be seeing Caleb retreat into the Mew to kind of protect this Luminion. It's going to be a pass. Okay, so I'm assuming Caleb did not have energy. Yep, no energy. There's an argument to... I'm not saying this is correct, but I'm just going to bring up a quick thought experiment here. There's an argument to be made for Caleb to force Silstone for an energy or a way to retreat this fish. Go into the Mew they grabbed off the VIP pass, Mew, and then hope you find Mew off the VIP pass. Or hope you find VIP pass off the Mew, my bad. If you do this, you get the fish out of the active, and you probably always win the game. But I guess the idea from Caleb here is that like the odds of Julio not having boss are pretty low. So you just guarantee the double VIP, right? I think Caleb did play it correctly, but I just think it's worth bringing up these lines since it's interesting to think about that there's a non-0% chance that was correct, that like going for that play is right. But I do agree with Caleb's play, at least personally. And yeah, we're going to see a concealed card set turn for Julio, and then it's going to be a Lumen for a Sada. It's going to be the last Sada in the deck. Not great for Julio. I'm pretty sure he does play the Palpad, though. I think I saw it in the deck just now, so not necessarily the last Sada of the game. Let's see here. I think we are at plenty of energies to do so. Yep, so it's going to be water and dark. I would like to see the water to the active, the dark to the bench, actually, but it shouldn't matter too much. We're going to see an Ultra Ball, a dark, and a VIP. So I'm assuming the dark in this card is going to go to the Moltres. Going to be a Roaring Moon in hand. It's going to be a Palpad. Immediately grabbing double Sada. Makes sense. Okay, so we're knocking out this fish here, which is going to put Julio in a good spot. Is going to engage this race with Caleb. Caleb's going to respond with Zard. Julio's going to respond to the Zard with Roaring Moon. With any luck, Caleb will then respond to the second Roaring Moon with either a Charmander or a Zard. And then from there, we'll win with a Zard EX or a Rad Zard. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. Of course, if Julio has boss, then that would work too, unless Caleb decides to not put a Pidgeot in play, which would not be terrible. I'm going to lay down. I like laying down. It feels quite nice. Yeah, we're going to Ultra Ball here. We're going to consider our options as Caleb here, though. I think you're just trying to set up the board. Yeah, thin out the bird. I think we're going to see, yeah, Candy Bird. We're going to not search yet. That's smart because you want to see cards off Mew. If you find a Candy off of Mew, you find an Ultra Ball off of Mew, that's great because then you grab the other piece with the Pidgeot. I'm assuming we have, okay, never mind. We're seeing that Yono here, so that's even better. Alright, Zard in hand. A couple of bad cards besides that. Level Wall's okay. Energies are okay. Was he double Candy grabbed and a switch as well. So this quick search won't even have to find anything for Caleb, which is very, very nice. Is going to use the bird here, and actually using bird before Zard is definitely correct here because you're going to give Julio a lot less information. You're able to bluff a card here. You're able to grab a card and then pretend that card is a Charizard. Of course, for that to work, Caleb is going to have to like rearrange cards in his hand, but it's probably not going to matter too much. Oh, no, this is interesting. Oh, we're straight up just going for the early Zard. Okay. All right, so Caleb wants to get ahead in this prize race now. Interesting. Okay, I don't hate this. I do not hate this one bit as Caleb. It's very aggressive, right? You're investing a lot of energies into this play. And if I'm not mistaken, was it this game or last game where Caleb prized a bunch of energies? I think it was last game. Let me actually double check that. No, it was this game. Caleb did prize 2 energies. I mean, assuming he goes top to bottom, Caleb will have gotten 1 energy off the prize cards, but ooh, rough poke stop from Julio here. All right, we're gonna see a Forest Seal Stone here. Julio kind of has to ignore this Charizard, but he kind of can't ignore the Charizard at the same time, right? Like you have to get rid of this Charizard, but you're also by getting rid of this Charizard, you're accepting the fact that you're playing this game from behind. Whereas you could try to go like, because I have to be like cross switcher play this turn, probably going for the Pidgeot. And then what? I'd really love a Canceling Cologne Greninja play this turn, but I don't think that's in the cards for Julio. And if you don't do it this turn, you're risking a very high likelihood of getting Iono'd here, which is going to make it near impossible with a 2-card hand. So, excuse me. Yeah, not a lot of options here for Julio. It's gonna be a Mew grabbed. It's rough. I'd like to see Roy Moon here, but I guess you have to dig. You have to have a free retreater, right? Obviously, the HP doesn't matter when you have a Luminous Quack in play. Having all these like liabilities on Julio's bench is making this much harder. We're already gonna see the cross switcher. Okay, so he's gonna go for this, slightly more aggressive play. It's gonna be a restart for 1 cross switcher play. It's gonna knock out the Pidgeot, going down to 2 prize cards here. Still though, Julia needs so much next turn if Julia wants to close out this game. Even just set up a Roaring Moon, but I mean, you're gonna have to either Gust again or set up like a Gust Conceal card. It's so much. It's so much if Julio ever wants to win this game. Like it'd be one thing if Julio had like a second Roaring Moon in play, like already like getting established, but that's just not the case. And yeah, this Iono, of course, pretty obvious. We were going to see this coming. But yeah, the thing is, like, Julio kind of had to grab the Mew as well, obviously for a pivot off of the cross switchers, but also just as like some way of drawing cards off of Iono. So yeah, quite rough. We're going to see a Canceling Cologne, not Canceling Cologne, a Dire Fling Wings. Word's hard. Yeah, now what? Double E-switch to fish? Do we have water? There's a Yono. Okay, concealed cards. Low-key though, like if we had water here, I see it Nerman. There we go. Do we have water in deck? Yeah, we do have water in deck. Alright, this is kind of sick actually. Oh, this is super sick for Julio. The bird's down too, so there's no guarantee Caleb has boss. Caleb also needs energy as well, because you're knocking out this Charizard here. So like low key though, this play's kind of sick. And you could tie Iono Caleb to 2. What did Caleb hit? I don't see it in Caleb's hand. This is sick. Really good play on Julio's end. Figuring like finding the line right. And we'll say like, listen, I don't need to win next turn. The most important part wasn't going out in the prize trade. It was getting the bird off the board. So let's see here. 3-card hand for Caleb. Mew in the active. We're down. I think we're down 3 energy in the discard. No, it's 4 in discard. I'm not entirely sure of Caleb's list. I don't think we have it yet, but it is gonna be. I think there's like a bunch of Ultra Balls in there for Caleb and a Rod as well. Caleb's debating it. Gonna be the Rod grab. Okay. Gonna be a shuffle, so not Rodding right away. It seems. Now, to be fair, Julio doesn't have much going on this board, right? Like, for Julio to launch an attack, a couple things do have to go wrong, so it's not impossible that Caleb is going to have an end turn here. Yeah, there's just have to be a pass over to Julio. But look at Julio's hand. I don't see a whole lot. All he says Moltres can put an energy on itself, but, it's not enough. There's a Dark Patch. Oh, wait, is that Dark Patch? That is a Dark Patch. Wait, did we not? Oh, we can't retreat. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, we can't retreat. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got Pokestop. Earth and Vessel 2? Oh, we have two Pokestops then? There's no way we get rid of the Pokestop without having another Pokestop, right? No way. There's a Sada? I could have sworn to see a Dark Patch in there. Alright. That's a fat whiff on Pokestop. Yeah, that's Dark Patch and Dark Energy. I think as Julio, you just have to go attach active and hope Caleb whiffs. We're going to see the Dark Patch right away, though. And a Water to active and just a pass. So Caleb's going to top deck a Fire. Actually seems pretty good. It's going to be a... What are we looking at here? Julio can Mew? Oh, did Julio not Mew? Hold up. Julio didn't Mew. Oh, shit. Julio forgot to Mew. No, Julio totally forgot to Mew. That's 2-card hand, right? It's Sada Dark. You thin your hand at 2? Ooh. Alright, Pokestop for Caleb. Double Ultra Ball. Alright, yeah. Rough for Julian. Must have forgotten, I guess. I mean, unless I'm missing something, but I'm not sure that's the case. Alright, Pokestop for Caleb. Didn't get anything. I think it was like double Ultra Ball. Oh, wait, no, this is a game. Yeah, because you Ultra Ball the Zard back, and you simply just retreat with the energies to accelerate from the Zard. Yeah, so it's going to be that, and you just go attach there, and you extend the hand. No, you need boss too. Okay, there's boss. Yeah, never mind. I forgot about boss. Caleb did have boss, though, so... Yeah, that's unfortunate. Wow, I want to know what the top card of Julio's deck is. Yeah. If the top card is like a switch out, that'd be so tragic. Switch card was top deck. There's no way it was. There's no way it was. He showed. Am I being trolled right now? He's flipping with that card. No! No, Julio, no! No! Oh, that's so sad. Oh my god. He had it. Oh no, Julio. Oh, that's so tragic. Oh god. Damn. Fucking rip. Wow. God, I'd be so mad at myself if I was Julio. No disrespect to Julio, of course. Well, I mean, literally, I think that was like the only, like... Was that the only misplay I saw? Besides going first in game 2. I don't like that, but I think it was like the only major misplay. I mean, that's not even a misplay. That's just a straight up brain fart. Like, that's... You can't even classify that as a misplay. That's just the fucking... Just the brain short-circuiting, I guess, for getting to Mew for 1 there. Unless he wasn't able to Mew and we just missed it. Not impossible either, but yeah, okay, that's damn, fucking rip. Yeah. Attach active, he had more dark patches. Oh wait, did he not oh wait, had he did he not have 3 on Moltres? Did he not have 3 on Moltres? Those are replays, hold up. I thought he had... Did he not have enough energy on Moltres? Oh, we only had 2 on Moltres and he used Dire Flame. Okay. Okay, so yeah, never mind. Okay, so this is less egregious than I thought it was. I thought he had 3 on Moltres. Okay. Yeah, of course he should have muted, right? Okay. I mean, so obviously, like, if Julio had gotten attached to Moltres, draw the 1, hit the switch card, right? He would have won, but, yeah, okay. I think attaching to the Greninja's probably the safest. I know it's Caleb in chat, by the way. Welcome to. But I think Caleb has good odds of hitting it. Not great odds, just good odds. You have the 1 Mew and you have the Pokestop. Of course, Julio doesn't know that Caleb has Boss is also another thing that's worth keeping in mind. So there's that, right? Okay, so there's an actual debate here. It's still okay. Yeah. So, uh, Julio could have won, but it's a lot less egregious than I thought it was. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, Caleb. Because I totally missed that. I totally thought he had 3 energies on there. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so let's move on. Let's look at the top 8. We've got Alex Szymanski playing SableZard. We've got Vinny Fernandez on Tina. We've got Isaiah Bradner on Tina. We've got Caleb Rogerson on Zard. We've got Ross Cawthon on Moon. We've got Gustavo Wada on Guardy. I fucking hate Guardy, but whatever. Oh god. Loom play with Leona was cool. That's yeah, dude. The Lumen play was sick. Actually, the Lumen play was so sick. Super well played on. Already forgot his name. I'm a terrible human being. On Julio's end. Okay. Yeah, Russell on Tina and Ryan Miller on Hands. I don't think I've heard Russell Montiero. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I don't think I've heard Russell's name before. I'm kind of curious because this top cut is ridiculously stacked, right? I think a big storyline about this is kind of like the old guard versus the new guard, right? Obviously, Alex, Ross, and Gustavo have been around for a long time. Isaiah, has been around for a while, right? But still a younger player somewhat. And then Caleb and Vinny, kind of rising to prominence throughout the online era of the game, having good runs in seniors as well as we came back to IRL play and now being in the finals. Spoiler alert, right? Of the largest regionals ever. It's a really cool storyline, right? The fact that we're having a lot of younger players succeed. A lot of players who first made their names known during the online era of the game. But one thing I do want to check here, because this top cut is really stacked, so I'm actually quite curious as to the other players here, like what their history in the game is. Of course, not that, like that matters, right? They're obviously good enough to be here if they're in top cut, right? That should go without saying. But Russell, this is Russell's first top cut ever. Definitely not his first day 2. A couple solid day 2s with Reggie's, among others. First cash winnings at event 2. Still impressive showing. And then we've got Ryan Miller. I feel like this is a name I've heard before. Okay, well, maybe not then. Yeah, kind of similar story to Russell. Not first day 2, not like far from the first day 2, but first really deep run for Ryan as well. So we've got a really mixed bag here. We've got the old guard, right? Gustavo, Alex, Ross, of course, been around this game for ages now, right? Vinny and Caleb, and to a certain extent, Isaiah, right? Being younger, newer players, not necessarily newer players, but definitely younger players, right? Kind of, showing up and showing like, hey, the new generation of goats is here, right? And then Russell and Ryan, here to make a name for themselves, right? Here to, kind of top of the bracket a bit. Mess up the bracket, kind of say like, hey, we know you have all these like great players here, but we're just as deserving. And there's a lot of really interesting storylines in this top 8 bracket. Would expect nothing less from the biggest regionals of all time. Super jealous it wasn't there, not gonna lie. Here's a bracket. Take a quick look at this. We're gonna see how it plays out. We're gonna be watching Alex versus Ryan. So, okay, is this where I get to rant? I think I have to rant now. So, it is gonna get vocal. Okay, strap in. So, as you know, I really like SableZard. I've played a lot of SableZard. I won a regionals with SableZard like a month ago. Okay, I have some pretty strong opinions on how the deck should and shouldn't be played. Alex Szymanski, amazing player, probably a lot better than me. Let's be entirely honest here, right? Like, I think I'm a great player. That's not the point. But Alex is one of the greatest players to ever touch a deck of Pokemon cards. It's kind of just not a debate, if I'm being honest, right? Alex is amazing at the game. And Alex is playing SableZard, right? Not a deck that's new to Alex. The problem is there's this card in Alex's deck that it should not be there. It's called Drapion V, and I fucking hate that card in this deck. Wow, I cannot. the very idea of playing a singular two prizer as a tech in a deck that is only good into one matchup makes no sense to me, and half the time it doesn't even beat Mew anyway, right? Fusion Mew will still beat your Drapion. That's the worst part, right? Not always, right? Obviously, Drapion gives you a better Mew matchup, but it's not. It's just. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's just bad. Okay, that's really all there is to it. The Drapion's bad, and Alex is playing the Drapion and got like 37 match points to make top cut at first seed. I am. How do I put this? Very mad about this. I'm not actually mad, but obviously Alex is an amazing player, and I kind of can't help but feel like Alex made a cut with this deck not because of the Drapion, but despite the Drapion, right? Looking at Alex's matchups as well, I actually took a look at this out of curiosity on PokeStats. Alex hit one Mew in the entire event, unless PokeStats is lying to me, which means that the Drapion had like negative value all event. There was an argument to be made that like Drapion can, the Drapion can commit unalive and actually force the block opponent to take prize cards, but for that to work, you have to get 4 energies on a Drapion, which is not exactly an easy task, right? At that point, I feel like you're almost better off just loading those energies on Zard, but, you know. Anyway, yeah, I just don't. Okay, everything else, like, there's a boss in Alex's deck. I think the boss is pretty good. To fit the boss, there was a cut of the Nest Ball, and then to fix that, the Beach Court and the Artisan cut cards counts, were swapped. So it's 2 Artisan, 1 Beach Court. So you're playing 1 less Retreat Out. But frankly, that's like less important than the Ball Search, so I think it's fine. So the where the boss spot was found, I have no issues with. I'm not convinced it's better, but it's not like, you know, like the end of the world, right? Besides that, the deck is still good. Just playing the 1 Roxanne, you're playing the 1 boss, you're playing a Palpad. Of course, playing 1 boss without the Palpad is kind of meh. Playing 1 Rocks without the Palpad is also kind of meh. The Palpad's getting value. Rocks and Moss are both there, they're both doing good. The Drapion should just be a Spiritomb, but then I have no problems with Alex's list. Frankly, I actually really, really like Alex's list if we if we don't play Drapion. Rant over Drapion bad. Please, for the love of God, if you are playing this deck to Liverpool, save yourself the stress of starting Drapion in non-Mew matchups and just literally, like, I think my list is good, right? You can net deck my Stuttgart list, right? You can net deck the Stuttgart 59, whatever, do whatever you want. But you could also net deck Alex's 59, right? Great list, super good list. Just please, for all that is holy on earth, and I'm not even religious, okay? Just please cut the Drapion for a Spiritomb, and the list is awesome. The list is great. I'm not gonna say perfect. I haven't tested enough yet, but it's really good. If you just make that one change, and the deck is just 10 times better. Okay. If you want to net deck Alex, just change that one thing, lock it for Liverpool. I might even do the same. There's a non-0% chance that is literally what I do, right? Like, straight up. But yeah, okay. Rant over. We know what Alex is playing now. Ryan is playing Peony Miraidon, if I'm not mistaken, with Pokemon Catchers, which is definitely not going to be relevant. Wink. Okay, let's see how this starts off. I'm going to blow my nose real quick before we begin here. I'm going to make sure to actually mute myself this time. All right, cool. Yeah. Peony Miraidon, what was prize cards? I thought I paused. Okay. Double Comfy, kind of rough. 1 Psychic's annoying. Besides that, it's not like huge. 1 Miraidon, 4 Sailstone, 2 Energy. Yeah, nothing. I mean, small things that could matter are in these prize cards, but nothing that's like. I mean, nothing major, right? Like, nothing that should be deciding the game, assuming both players play around it, so. Yeah. Alright. We're going to see a cram start for Alex going first. Assuming this is Peony Miraidon, assuming Alex knows this is Peony Miraidon, Alex does want to go second here. if this is Peony Miraidon, which I'm pretty sure it is. Actually, it's right. I know it's Peony Miraidon. I watched this game live. I at least watched part of it live. Okay, I watched the part where Ryan Miller goes Peony for double Pokemon catcher, which I'm sure we'll get there. But okay, we're gonna see first flower selecting. That was a catcher and a what's that? Is that a Raihan? Catcher, I think that's a full art Raihan that I'm just not recognizing the art on. Not entirely sure, but it's going to be a pass. No switch cards in Alex's hand. It's quite unfortunate. Yeah, not the end of the world. Definitely not like the optimal turn one against Miraidon here. Would love to see a Zard hit the bench, but I don't think there's a lot of options in Alex's hand there, unfortunately. We're going to see Ryan prize check with his Nest Ball. We're going to skip as Ryan does that. So I think it's going to be a Nest Ball from a Miraidon for just the Iron Hand, it seems. Quite the interesting choice. Or no, was the Iron Hands from bench? Okay, the Iron Hands must have been... No, the Iron Hands must have been from hand then. Right? Yeah, Iron Hands are from hand. Okay. That's fair. And then it's going to be a Miraidon for the Marie. It's a pretty good board, pretty optimal board for Ryan here. Which is exactly what you're looking for. A fish for a peony. The fish is unfortunate. For Alex, we'd of course love to have had the chance to Spiritomb this turn. But of course, with nothing else going on in Alex's hand, you kind of can't really decide that. Yeah, it's going to be double generator. I like this a lot. Forest Seal Stone generator would have been fine, but I'm thinking Ryan is only on one Forest Seal, and we of course know he prized one, so yeah, we're going to see the generators. It's going to be just a one, so that's unfortunate. However, if we get two off of this next generator, we can then restart, and we have Squawk as well, yeah, as the casters, even on mute, are pointing out for me, so whoever's cast this game, thank you very much for your very important arrows. We're going to see another generator. It's going to be a straight up whiff. That's unfortunate. Alex is definitely happy to see that, for sure. I think we're going to see a restart before the Squawk here, is typically how it's sequenced this. Peony Miraidon is typically not too concerned about maintaining resources. You want to maximize that. Yep. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, draw. We've got a research, a catcher, I see. Catcher is Tails. And a research away, no, not research, a Squawk away, research boss. Okay, so that's fine. It's not great, certainly not terrible. This hand is pretty mid. A lot of energies, an Ultra Ball, an EXP share. I want to see EXP share. It's Miraidon, preferably. Yeah, that's what we're going to see here. Town Store as well. It's quite the interesting list from Ryan. We're playing the EXPs in the same list as the Peonies and the Pokemon Catchers, so this is actually really interesting. New way to play Miraidon, I guess. Not a lot going on in Alex's hand. I think it was an Artisan in the Battle of AP Pass out the fire selecting. Yeah, it's going to have to be a Boss, an Artisan for what? I guess Sableye? We prized 2 Comfy, so there's not exactly a lot else to grab here. Cram is fine too. I think I would have preferred to see yeah, I think I would actually prefer to see a Sableye grab on Alex's side. This will rarely matter, right? But if you're spitting twice after Cram is knocked out, it's typically pretty game losing in this matchup. So I don't think you're ever going to get to spit twice with different Crams. If you're spitting twice, it's because your Cram survives a turn. So yeah, we're going to see the Town Store bump for Ryan to start this turn here. Seems fine to me. Of course, yeah, Force Seal Stone in the prize cards. Not an option for Ryan, unfortunately. Although I'm kind of thinking, like, we don't want to attach this EXP share anywhere, but it's going to be a whiff on the generator, so I'm guessing the not the Force Seal Stone, the EXP share, which is the thin, which does make sense, right? It's just kind of going to be optimal for Ryan here. Yeah, it's going to be Ultra Ball. Is this Ultra Ball Flaffy? Yeah, it's going to be Ultra Ball Flaffy. I think we have another energy in hand. If we don't, then this would be incredibly weird, right? Yeah, it's going to be energy hand. It's going to be I believe no. Whoa, really? Okay, interesting. I guess we're trying to see switch here, but okay. I would have really liked Ryan to retreat the Flaffy and either promote Iron Hands or promote Mew. Then you get the Flaffy, you get another energy, you have an attachment for turn, right? Or you have attached for turn. So you'd have to have switch. Okay, so you'd have to hit like generator. Yeah, you'd have to hit I guess you're not amping then. So I guess maybe this line is what's giving you the most odds to amp, because if you hit a switch cart, you have amp because you go switch into Mew, you evolve, you Dynamotor, you retreat, and then you amp. So maybe this is fine for Ryan. It's a bit greedy because now this Mareep is kind of stuck without a way to retreat, and you're not able to Flaffy because then you're just going to be even more stuck. So he couldn't have booted the hands anyway. He would have with this line if he hit switch. Yeah, so we're gonna see the TM not the TM Devo, TM Devo off the town store. Gonna be is that Beach Court DTE? I think. Yeah, it's rough. Definitely not great. And then it's Gate Nest Ball. I think no, it's Fog Nest Ball. Yeah, not a lot going on. No chorus for Alex, which is bad. And I believe no way. I would have to retreat with the DTE as well. That's rough. I guess we have the gate, so at this point, when the amp inevitably comes, we just gate instead, right? Of course, for gate to have any value, we're gonna have to see a chorus, and that's gonna be rough. So, Osmos tipped at last. Is it? Maybe it is. I think Alex does typically play with a lot of bling, actually. Or at least foil energies, I think, is the one thing I do remember here. But okay, we do have amp, I think. No, do we? I think we manually retreated here. So maybe we don't have amp. Are we arm pressing? I'm actually not sure I like arm press from Ryan here, because you're opening up a lot of options that weren't there otherwise for Alex. Namely, potentially Raihan. Another issue with doing this is that you're actually making it so that Alex needs less to respond to Iron Hands when you do amp, because if Ryan amps next turn, Alex doesn't need to play the gate. All Alex needs to do is bench Zard, Raihan, the Psychic that's in the discard pile to Zard. I believe there was a Psychic in the discard pile from turn 1, and then can just find Fire Energy just off the Raihan, right? So that's one thing to watch out from Ryan, but of course, if Ryan is able to then go knock out the Zard into amp again, then it's good, because then obviously you're having a better prize trade. But yeah, it's I don't know. There's some pros and cons to this play. I think as Ryan, you're kind of assuming that Alex has a dead hand, but unfortunately, there's no Raihan here. Though I don't think Alex is going to be able to attack here. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we're able to attack with this Zard. It'd have to require like an attach from hand plus the gates, and to gate we'd have to vacuum. So there's a lot going on here. Although I think what Alex is eyeing up here is actually a fire energy, and this is quite interesting because Alex is going to, assuming this is a fire energy, Alex is going to attach the Comfy. It was a Colress for next turn. Okay. Oh, we have a switch card. Yeah, that's fine then. So Colress for next turn is going to have to find fire out. Or no, you have to gate. So, okay, yeah, you Colress, you get the 7, you gate. Okay, never mind. This is fine. Yeah, this is totally fine. The one thing I was considering was that if this play from Alex then is definitely better though. Like you grab the idea I had in head was you grab fire energy as Alex, you retreat, you go into the cram, and then you have a Clara in hand, and you can Clara the fire to Zard if you have to. But this play on Alex then is a lot better for sure. Yeah. Kind of goes without saying. Of course, you have Colress next turn, you see more cards, and you have a worst case scenario option called the gate. So you are kind of scared of hand destruction here, but I do recall the caster saying that Ryan plays 0 hand disruption. We don't know if Alex has this information. There is a very real chance that Alex doesn't. Typically, if you're Alex, the only thing you're going to know is you're playing against Peony Miraidon, and you're probably also aware that there's catchers in the deck. I mean, Peony Miraidon typically doesn't play a lot of hand disruption, but Ryan's deck is already kind of weird. So if Alex is given the option to play around, say Iono, or maybe even a Judge, I do think you play around it. But I'm not sure Alex has that luxury right now. I'm being entirely honest here, so yeah, we'll see. Alright, it's going to be a Colress for Alex. Okay, I see a Giratina and a Drapion. Ew. Yeah, they're going straight to the Lost Zone. Oh, yeah. I just realized that when Ryan did bench the fish, I was pointing out how, like, oh, Alex would have loved to see a Spiritomb there, but of course he doesn't play the Spiritomb because his deck list fucking sucks. I'm sorry. I will stop. Never mind. I hate the Drapion so much. Oh, God. Okay, SableZard's really good here. It's going to be a way to clean up this... what's its face? Iron Hands, because of the cram. I want to see a gate. Yeah, so this is good. There is a Zard in the discard pile, so you're going to be able to retreat off this fire. Fire is going to go to the discard pile, and now you'll be able to Clara for Zard and Fire, which is a awesome state for Alex to be in here. Pretty much exactly what you need, actually. I believe there is also a... I think Clara's already in hand, if I'm not mistaken. I think I'm eyeing up something for a Palpad here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, so we're going into Ryan's turn. It's going to be a tandem unit. And an Iron Hands. So I think we're down... How many? I think we're down 3 generators right now, but I think if we go Force Seal... Force Seal has a couple different outs. I don't know if Raihan is still available to Ryan here. Ryan up the generator. I think the second card probably shouldn't matter too much. Why didn't Ryan transfer energy for EXP share? Oh, did you forget? Oh, he did forget. Yeah, he missed it. He must have missed it. Unless, no, there's no way we need 3 energy in the discard pile if you're Ryan. So, yeah, it must have just been missed from Ryan. Yeah, I'm assuming Ryan just missed it, which is unfortunate. But I think as Ryan, if you're not amping here, you're probably losing. Because Zard is going to happen regardless next turn. And if you go down to 3 as Ryan, it's going to be really awkward. So, Ryan does have to... Wait, have we already Force Seal Stumped? What are we Force Seal Stumped for? Are we Force Seal Stumping now? Okay, we're also Force Seal Stumping. Alright, never mind. Okay. Yeah, for a second there I was like, what? Oh, that's true, yeah. Yeah, no, Pedro's right. Yeah, no, I don't think... Actually, let me check. I don't think they, I don't think damage counters trigger EXP. Let me read this. When you're... Can I just pull this up here? No, that doesn't work. Okay, never mind. When your active Pokemon is knocked out by damage. Okay, yeah, Pedro's absolutely right. Okay, yes, the EXP share didn't work anyway, because it was knocked out by SableZard. Right, okay, cool. Thank you, Pedro. Alright, what am I missing here? We're going to see a generator being played here. We have a switch in hand, and I think it's an immediate 2 energies for Ryan. So finally some generator luck going Ryan's way. God, that's going to trip me up. And I think that's a DTE in hand, of course, from the Forest Sealstone. We have a switch in hand as well. I think it's a Peony Grab from the restart. And a Energy Defafi, I like that a lot. Yeah, and it's going to be an amp. So now, ball's in Alex's court. If you respond to this Iron Hands, you're in a really good spot as Alex. And yeah, should always be out of habit. There's all we need is a way to retreat here. It's going to be an escape rope, which is not great, but I do believe there already is the counter catcher. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's just going to be a counter catcher. Yeah, that's fine. Ironically, that is just the main use for counter catcher in this matchup is making your rope a decent card. Gonna pile pad. I think it's Clara something. Not sure. It's gonna be it's gonna be Clara Raihan. Okay. Yeah, should be fine. I think Clara Raihan's probably correct here. Not bad, not bad. It's gonna be a baiting the comfy bench here, and nope, it's gonna be not a pass, an attack. Wow, no way to pass here. Yeah. Okay, so it goes 2-2. Now this game kind of comes out as like if Ryan can Jesus Christ, if Ryan, there should not be a player named Ryan and a card called a Raihan played on the same. This is gonna trip me up. Okay, we're gonna see. Ryan, probably just needs to. Obviously needs to knock out you either knock out the Zard or you amp, but I don't think we're able to do that now. And what this game is going down to is whether or not Alex is able to establish another Charizard, which typically wouldn't be so hard, but Alex's hand has been quite awkward all game. So I'm not sure what we got here for Alex. It's going to be a Roxanne and an escape rope. Of course, because because Zapdos was grabbed from the tandem unit. Escape rope is a dead card here because of the Flaffy. So it's going to have to be a fog crystal. What for? I don't think there's any grabs here for Alex. Yeah, it's going to have to be a whiff. But I think, if I'm remembering correctly from watching this game live, I think this is just game. Because Alex does not have any way of establishing the Zard and retreating. I see a rope, but I mean, that's not... Okay, we do have a comfy in hand, and we have a Roxanne, I guess? Okay. So I mean, I guess because the Miraidon attacked last turn, it can't attack this turn. So the idea here is that if Ryan misses energy, you win... Oh, it just needs... Actually, doesn't need energy. It needs to switch out. Okay, we have Clara switch card in hand for Alex. But, I mean, at this point, you might as well just go for the Sableye. It's going to be your best bet here. It's just going to be... Yeah, oh, okay. All the Flaffy. And the rest to Zapdos to make sure you can actually do that. Ryan's going to top deck the switch, which is going to mean he wins the game. Because you just switch into the Mew and you win the game, right? You retreat back to knock out the active. But yeah, I like the Sableye play a lot from Alex. Of course, obviously, Ryan has it, and I think statistically Ryan typically does have it there. But still, Alex played those outs there. Kind of unfortunate. I don't know that there's much Alex could have done better. I wasn't able to get a good view of his hand throughout most of that. Throughout most of that game, but I hold Alex to a pretty high regard or pretty high respect, I guess is the correct word to use there, as a player. So I'm sure he played it fine, although it's kind of hard to catch with his hands so guarded. Yeah, this is true. Ryan did need some good luck for those generators. Okay, so notable prize cards here. A catcher and a boss is actually quite rough for Alex here. They're thankfully not too high up in the prize cards. The Clara is annoying, not the end of the world. Double switches is annoying. I mean, again, like, besides maybe the catcher and the boss being gone for Szymanski, this isn't terrible by any means. Ryan prized both a fish and a DTE, which is really, really rough. I believe it's only single DTE for Ryan, and of course only one fish. So those are two tools that Ryan will not have access to this game. Of course, Alex is choosing second, which is correct, and Ryan is going to sit here and have a very bad hand. So it's going to be colors off the bat. What do we get rid of for Alex? Okay, it's going to be a heavy ball keep. I actually think I disagree with the heavy ball keep, and the reason for this is that, well, unless in Alex's hand there's no out to Comfy, because you already have a Zard and a Cram here, right? So if you like you at worst you don't have like unless you prize double Sableye, but like that's so unlikely that I think I would have. No, you have Sableye active. Yeah, so you know you have all your attackers available. So it'd have to be because you prized a Comfy, and you don't have an out to Comfy in hand. No, that's a heavy ball. Okay, yeah. Well, I like to see the switch card keep it to the heavy ball, unless the hand is just completely dead for Alex, in which case this is all you could do. But you can see the prize rearranged. Switch cards to the top, VIP to the bottom is for sure. No, there is a nest ball in hand for Alex. Okay, so again with this is another thing we saw Isaiah do. Is that there was a nest ball in hand for Alex. We obviously know the grab from the Chorus was Cram, it was Zard, and it was Heavy Ball. We know, of course, that Alex, of course, wants to see Pokemon, but if Alex had Nestballed first, done a prize check, looked through the deck, right, and then gone for the Colress, right, if he'd done it like that, he would have been able to make the call to get rid of the Heavy Ball, which would have let him keep either the Rod or the Switch Cart. I think the Switch Card's probably more valuable in this situation, but obviously depending on how this game goes, either of those cards could be pretty important. Even especially because Alex prized 2 switches, right? He prized an Escape Rope and a Switch Card, so getting rid of the Switch Card is even worse. So yeah, Alex is definitely getting punished here for not playing the Nest Ball first. Of course, obviously, if Alex plays the Nest Ball before he plays the Colress, not going to be the same cards he sees off the Colress, right? But I do disagree with Alex's sequencing here. Again, it's the same thing with Isaiah, where like this is not inherently wrong, and I don't think it's objectively wrong. But I would have personally always like when I'm playing a Lost Zone deck of any kind, and really any deck, but especially when I'm playing a Lost Zone deck, I want to know what is in my deck before I make decisions that could cost me the game, my prize cards, or worse than I think they are, right? So yeah, but even like especially when Alex had the nest ball, I really disagree with the heavy ball grab, right? Because you have an out to Comfy. Like obviously you want an out to second Comfy, right? But you have the Comfy's there for a reason, right? The Comfy's going to see more cards. And you have no guarantees, and you're getting rid of a switch card and a rod, which are, I mean, it'd be one thing if like the cards were like unimportant, but like double TM Devo, right? Then yeah, you grab the heavy ball and you see what you can hit. But yeah, in this case, I would have really liked to see Alex play the nest ball first, or at the bare minimum, play the Colress first, not grab the heavy because you don't have Zard crammed right there, right? So you know that like the worst thing that could be in the prize card is like a Comfy, I guess, right? And then you get rid of the heavy ball, and you guys go from there. So yeah, I disagree with Alex's play there, but I mean, still fine overall. Not an amazing board for Alex here, but certainly not like the worst. I think it's double that, double Chorus, Catcher and Vacuum in hand. Oh, throat's drying out. All right, I'm gonna see a nest ball from Ryan. Where's my chapstick? Nest ball from Ryan. Oops, even more oops. All right, yeah, Ryan's gonna prize check here. That's Ryan prize checks. I'm gonna chap my lips. Wait, no. I'm gonna chapstick my lips. How does that work? How does that grammar? I don't know, nor do I actually care. All right, what are we doing here? We are Ultra Balling away Squawk because it's not turn 1 anymore. And EXP share. I guess EXP is not like super valuable in this matchup. It's not like bad, but it's not like, it's definitely more for the Zard matchup for sure. It's a good adaptation from Miraidon actually to be playing the DXP share. I don't hate it by any means in the deck, but it's not that important for this matchup. So Yeah, what are we looking for here? We are using Ultra Ball. I think it's the second Mew EX grab here for Ryan. I guess without Squawk on the board and Bloomin' in the prizes, you have a lot more bench space than normal here, and a Marie from hand, of course. The Raichu there is just going to be there for the 4 Seal Stone. I think that is 2 energies off of the Iron, off the generator onto the Iron Hands, which is quite nice for Ryan. And what now? What we got? Draw 3. So it's going to be an empty hand before. We haven't seen Attach Return. We haven't seen Force Sealstone, but of course we do know that DTE is prized. It's going to be quite crucial for Ryan. No DTE in the deck. I'm not sure if he checked it earlier, but it's going to have to be a Generator grab and a Prayer for Ryan here. Of course, Alex is not in a bad spot to respond, but it's going to have to be the Generator. Be 1. Okay. We haven't attached return yet, though, so what do we got here? We got the second restart. We grabbed it for a reason. Oh, no. Really? What's in Ryan's hand? We have 2 cards in hand. We are allowed to restart twice in the turn if you have 2 different Mews. I can't see Ryan's hand, but I mean, I can't imagine that's correct. I mean, surely you always just... Yeah, I mean, surely it's always just use second restart and, like, I mean, do something, right? Like, anything. Just see an extra card. Okay. And obviously, like, because you hit the energy, sick, you get the amp on turn 2, and that's completely fine. So, yeah, I don't... I mean, I might be missing something. It's not impossible I'm missing something here. Oh, wait, we had 3 cards in hand for Ryan, didn't we? Because we 4 Steel Stoned for Generator. Oh, okay. So we had 3 cards in hand for Ryan. But still, 3 cards we can't thin? That seems unlikely. Again, I can't see the hand, but I guess I have to assume it's like 3 supporters, I guess? I don't know. But anyway, we're going to go into Alex's turn here. And I think Alex just promoted the Cram? Off the bat? Oh, we didn't have a Comfy. Okay, yeah, so duh. It's going to be a Colress. I think we're going to get rid of double VIP. Yeah, so of course nothing really to say there. Double Comfy bench. I have Poke Gear in hand, which is pretty good. We're going to use the Town Store, thin out a TM Devo, play the Fog Crystal. Going to be Psychic Energy. Okay. What now? TM Devo's in hand on discard. Yep, you need that for certain plays. I'm not entirely sure I like Psychic to Zard here. The reason we don't like this is because if Ryan does amp next turn, then the second Psychic on Zard is actually completely dead. Because you attack for 2 energies, but you still need the fire. So you already have the 1 energy, and then you need another energy, which is the fire, and then the third one is just wasted. So I actually don't like energy of Zard here. I think energy anywhere else is good, either to Sableye to threaten attack, Comfy for retreat, even just Cram to like get it into the discard pile to activate Raihan, I think is fine. So I quite disagree with this. But it's going to be the Raichu we bring into the active here. Okay. I guess trying to buy a turn. But no, this is good. This is good. Because you don't actually want to spit the hands here. Right? Obviously, if you spit the hands, then you threaten it with Sableye. But half the point of the Zard is that not only does the Zard knock out the Iron Hands, but it also tanks a hit from the Iron Hands, right? Which doesn't apply to Sableye. So I like this a lot, right? You put damage on the Raichu if you're lucky. Ryan has nothing, and he just passes, and you can spit it again, and you go up to prize cards. But even if he just retreats, which is expected, right? Goes retreat and amps, then you knock out the Iron Hands, and then now this Raichu is a Sableye target. So yeah, I like this. I like to play from Alex here a lot, actually. Good use of the catcher. Yeah, so let's see what's in hand for Ryan. And yeah, it's just a bunch of Pokemon and supporters. So yeah, wasn't able to restart there earlier, so my bad for for that. I, for whatever reason, thought he had one less card in hand. Alright, so we're going to see Ultra Ball, and we're going to see Switch grabbed off this Ultra Ball, and then a Town Store grab. So, or a VIP, an EXP share grab. There we go. So we're going to see a Switch into the Mew, an EXP to the Miraidon, a restart for 2, and I think that was like Energy? I don't know. But having the double restart's going to be really good here. We're just going to hit the Flaffy anyway, but of course we did have the Ultra Ball. Yeah, so there's that. Hits the Flaffy, we're able to amp here. Yeah, and now board looks good for Ryan, but I mean definitely not bad for Alex again. I fail to see why we have another Psychic on this Zard. It just has no business being here. But we're going to see a Chorus. It's going to see a Fire. That's the most important part. It's going to be Chorus and a Raihan hitting the Lost Zone. I think it's a Clara, an Escape Rope, and a Fire kept. I think that's fine. That's probably correct, actually. We could vacuum away a Town Store, but it probably doesn't matter that much. Yeah, and it's going to be a knockout there. So more energy is going to hit the board on this Mew and on this Miraidon. Energies that in most cases don't matter, but obviously they build up over time. But okay, we're going to not go for a hands angle at all here. Oh, do we get rid of another hands? Because I mean, I have to assume there's no hands in deck if this is the play Ryan's going for, unless what Ryan's going for is taking one prize card this turn into hands the next turn. I guess with Flaffy, you have DTE in hand, but you know you're playing into Roxanne a lot here. Oh, we're doing. Ooh, really? Okay. Why? Why are we doing this? We're trying to combustion blast. We're trying to blast. we're trying to blast the Zard here with the Mew, but why is the Zapdos not in Iron Hands? Are we only playing one Iron Hands? Maybe we're only playing one Iron Hands. No, there was 2 last game, wasn't there? Or am I just like completely zoning out here? Oh, we might have had to research an Iron Hands or Peony and Iron Hands away earlier. That would make sense. Okay, yeah. Because the Zapdos play only makes sense if there's no more Peony. Or there's no more Iron Hands, right? Which I kind of have to assume to be the case if that's what Ryan's doing here. Alright, so Alex is going to play that in hand. It's going to hit 10. And has a couple different options here. I think I personally prefer any option that involves hitting with Zard here. We're going to see an attachment, and we're going to see a catcher onto the Mew. Probably the best grab. It has energies, has a supportive ability. Kind of just get rid of that as much as possible. We're going to see the Palpad. Colress Clara seems good. And yeah, what else here for Alex? Yeah, it's going to be a knockout here. You already attached for turn, so you don't have the Psychic guaranteed for the Sableye. But Alex, keeping his options open, right? We're going to keep as many outs to being able to Sableye for game next turn anyway. Of course, Ryan does have an avenue that's going to win him this game if he is able to set up an Iron Hands, but we already established that there is not another Iron Hands out. And if that is the case, then Ryan is extremely unfavored here. Would just have to go hit the Zard and, I mean, I guess just hope there's nothing. Or what we could do, and what I think Ryan is going for, would be catcher up the Sableye and knock it out with the Zapdos. This would allow Ryan to go down to 1 prize card, leaving 1 prize on the active. Yeah, but of course that catcher's going to flip tails again. I think that's a 0-3 on catcher this set so far for Ryan. Not exactly fortunate here. We do have the rope, so we can get around the Zard and attack with the Zapdos, but I mean, the Sableye is the real threat here, right? Alex can just give you, I mean, either Comfy or Cram just fine, right? So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. It's gonna be a rope. You kind of have to play the rope here, because you need to be attacking with this 1 prizer. Giving Cram here is, I think, is correct here, but we do have the Psychic for Alex. It's gonna knock out the Raichu. and win Alex's game. So it's gonna be game 3 coming up here. I'm getting tired. I don't want to do this. Not kidding. Didn't you streamed? We're doing good, Connor. Doing good. Doing good. Not Connor. Corn Dog Lugger. I see C and I'm like, oh, Connor. Oh god. Yeah. Welcome to Corn Dog Lover. Corn Dog Lover. Oh god. Yeah, dude, I'm completely blanking. Can we call you Connor from now on? Is that acceptable? Bro. I need to get my dyslexia checked. I don't even know what I have to do there though. I was diagnosed like almost 10 years ago now? A while ago. The Connor Lover. Fuck it, that works. Alright, we're going into game 3 here. Triple energy priced for Ryan's unfortunate. Catcher priced. Sableye prized, but I don't think Palpad at the bottom kind of makes this kind of whatever for Alex. So, yeah, Alex will go first. Of course, as what Ryan is going to pick here. Makes sense here. Eyeing up the Zard. I think we have double VIP, so much better setup for Alex here. Just immediately going to start threatening Ryan's board here. Trying to set up a situation where you can respond to his Iron Hands as fast as possible. Bye-bye Artisan. It's going to be a switch cards. Just try to see as many cards as possible. Thin as many cards as possible. It's going to be a Fire Energy and a Raihan for Alex. Yeah, that is not an option. I low-key kind of wouldn't have liked or couldn't have hated to see. I wouldn't have hated to see Alex retreat either with the Psychic there or not even retreat at all and just attach the Fire. But I guess hitting 3 and lost time is pretty important. Yeah, you know what? This is actually probably correct on Alex's end. And we have a Rod in hand. Okay, we have a Rod in hand as well. That makes it a lot better. Yeah, so this is fine. Yeah, this lets you kind of have the best of both worlds. The only thing is by not attaching Fire to Zard, if you do see the DTE, it's kind of just like tough shit. But yeah, okay. Let's see here. We got an VIP for Mew Miraidon, and then Miraidon is going to find Iron Hands. I'm assuming a Flaffy. No, it's going to be a Raichu, probably to open up Forest Seal Stone as an out. We're going to see Ultra Ball, away Drapion, and probably Boss, yep, for the Flaffy, I'd assume. Not Flaffy, the Reap. What do we got here? No, it's going to be the Zapdos. Okay, interesting. I don't think we prized it, so... interesting line here for Ryan. Not what I'd expect. Not what he did earlier either. Unless we have Flaffy in hand, then we're about to peony, in which case, sucks to suck, I guess. But we're going to see a generator. Immediately attaches 2 energies. So, that's a thing. No, it's going to be peony away research, so... we just still have the Flaffy in deck, so yeah, I'm not sure as to why we're not grabbing the Mareep here. I would have also really not hated to see a Force Seal Stone grab instead of a Generator grab here for Ryan. This is actually quite greedy, and it's going to be a hard whiff. We're going into the Mew, and we're going to reach for free. Oh, we still have the Squawk, I guess. Yeah, we still have the Squawk. I kind of... Alex start. No, Alex VIP'd for Zard. Alex had double VIP, and I think he started Cram. But yeah, grabbing the Zard here is correct, just so it's easier to respond to the hands. Yeah, I would have really liked to see Ryan though grab a Force Seal Stone instead of a Generator there, and then just hold the Seal Stone until after both Restart and Squawk. And then, like, worst case, you Force Seal Stone for DTE. Best case, you hold Force Seal Stone. Obviously, Szymanski does play 2 vacuums at a minimum. That's the assumption you make if you're Ryan. We know it's 2 vacuums now, of course, but so maybe you don't want to like attach that, and you're kind of saying like, hey, I'm seeing like a minimum of 9 cards here, and they get to play this Generator. Like, there's no way I whiff, but Still rather safe than sorry for Ryan. For Ryan. So yeah, I'd have personally loved to see the Force Seal Stone, but there is a Force Seal Stone anyway off of the Mew, so no shot we whiff here. Yeah, it's going to be just completely dead cards off of the Squawk and Seas, but we do have this DTE, so it's not the end of the world for Ryan. Is going to debate it, actually, saying, you know, he kind of has a lot of energies in the hand. Maybe we can Generator and get one and attach, but no, it's going to be the DTE grab, which is safe. It's correct, right? There's no reason for him to get too greedy with this. Alex is already down a Raihan as well, so you know, odds are that yeah, Alex isn't able to respond to this Iron Hands, but I'm not sure what the debate there was. I think it was a chorus and a boss. Okay, but we're gonna get to see the chorus here. I'm trying to see a gate. I don't see a gate. There's Jirachi and Pokegear hitting the Lost Zone. So I'm gonna put Alex at 6. Yeah, not quite there yet. This is gonna be number 7. I don't think I saw a gate either. So it looks like we're leaning towards a catcher play. We are able to catch the Zapdos to retreat, so it's a line. Yeah, not a lot going on here if you're Alex. Well, yeah, it's going to be capture Zapdos. Yep, thank you, Arrow. And then we're going to spit on the Zapdos. It has 120, so it won't die here, which is actually good for Alex in this case. Since you do want to keep it in the active. I do not see a way to get the Zapdos out of the active for Ryan, which is pretty important for Alex. As well, sure, Raihan isn't an out next turn. If you're able to find gates, you do have the boss. So, yeah, you're able to stall Ryan, or at least try to stall Ryan for as long as possible. Of course, Ryan, if Ryan doesn't have the energy, or it doesn't have the switch card here, they're of course just going to attach, right? So you're never going to stall for so many turns, I don't think. Yeah, it's going to be an attachment to the Zapdos, and I think we're going to see, no, we're going to see a research. Okay, so, yeah, there's an escape rope. Of course, escape rope is just going to lead to a Zard promotion, which does not get one shot by the Iron Hands, which is quite big. Yeah. Actually, kind of curious about this. I wish James actually was better to keep up with game state. Yeah, it says Ryan still has V-Star. Oh, that's true, yeah. Yeah, production's been getting better, but there's certain things they need to be faster on, for sure. It is a lot to keep track of, but I assume there's more than one person doing all of this. So, yeah, we'll see. But we do have a generator hit here. I think it's 2 to the Raichu. We just saw. So actually, very interesting line here Ryan can go for. Yeah, it's going to be an attack with the Raichu. Of course, Arm Press doesn't even knock out the Zard, so if you are going to knock out the Zard, this is the way to do it. Oh, we're choosing to... Okay, interesting. We're choosing to discard from the Iron Hands as well. I guess the Iron Hands only needs 1 energy to attack here. Yeah, so this is fine. I think I would have gone from Raichu instead, but I guess you're never assuming the Raichu is going to get knocked out, so you actually do want to keep the energy on the Raichu, so yeah, this is correct. On Ryan's end... oops, almost fell there. Yeah, so we're going to see Gate Nest Ball, because of course we are. I do believe the Rod is in hand for Alex, so you have to keep the Gate here. That's not even a debate. Yeah, we do have Raihan, so I guess we can, like, Raihan... If we have Rod, we can, like, Raihan for the, Yeah, we like Raihan for, Zard. There we go, that's the word. Oh, do we not have Rod? No, we do have Rod. I see Rod there. So Rod's right there. Bro, Rod is right there. Oh, but then, oh, well, we don't have... Oh, but I still think we have to Zard here, don't we? We have to attack with Zard. Yeah, so that's going to be the line here. Okay, thank God. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Corn Dog. I agree with Corn Dog. I'm going to call you Corn Dog. I could call you Connor. Alright, what the fuck is my roommate doing? Okay, never mind. I'm gonna ignore that. Yeah, we're gonna see the gate. We're gonna see the attachment here. I'd like to see the beach court played for Alex here. The psychic needs to go to Zard. Alex. Alex. Your Zard's not knocking out here. I guess we haven't attached return yet? Oh, we have DT. Okay, never mind. We have DTE. That's fine. Yeah, DT is fine here. Okay. I was about to say. Yeah. So we're gonna see the manual attachment. I guess you do want just the one psychic in the discard is fine there. 9 in Lost Zone, yeah. So the vacuum will always. I'd like to see the TM Devo get attached there, since if you vacuum, you always get rid of a card anyway, and there's plenty of tool cards on Ryan's end of the field, so it's not gonna matter. It's just a minor grievance here. So Iron Hand's gonna go into the active. We're gonna see an energy attached to it, and we're looking for a boss here. Is there a boss in hand for Ryan? Oh, I think we missed the EXP shares. Yeah, that's what the casters are pointing out here. Or no, we didn't. The Mew didn't have the energies. Duh. Okay. Never mind. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I'm not sure I see a boss in hand for Ryan. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be an Ultra Ball here. Away a generator, that's crazy. It's gonna have to be a Mew grab. Some form of draw is what we're gonna have to see here for Ryan. There's no access to Luminion is actually the question I have. Oh no, we have boss. Okay. Yeah, we have boss. So we're fine. EXP to Squawk might as well. Restart for 2. All right, we're chilling. Problem is that now this hands gets knocked out. And the Raichu needs energy. Right? Raichu needs energy. But I guess so. Actually, okay. So just a debate here to be had. Oh, I missed a bit of chat. Okay, played Peony Don Summer's list. That's fair. Both kind. Okay, that's nice. Yeah. 2/4 drop is unfortunate. But yeah, I think I like the EXP share in the Peony Miraidon. But I'm not convinced on the catchers. I just hate coin flips with a passion. But I guess Miraidon's already a high roller deck, so if there's a deck to play flip cards, it's probably this. All right. So Alex, this is what I actually paused for. Alex has a couple of different lines here. I think the best line of your Alex is gonna have to involve, if you can Roxanne, you do Roxanne, but 3 cards in hand isn't a lot for Ryan. No, what I actually want to see here is I want to see Alex go for this Raichu, right? I don't remember what Alex ends up doing here, and if Alex has the lines. I do see a boss in Alex's hand, but yeah, I want to see the Raichu go out, because if you knock out the Iron Hands, the Raichu just needs a 1 energy, and Ryan wins the game. Whereas if you knock out the hands, 1 energy wins the game. If you knock out the Raichu, you're gonna need a boss, right? Because the hands would still be in play. So yeah. Let's see what the line here is. I think seeing the boss being lined up. Yeah, I want to see the Raichu being the target here, for sure. So we're gonna get rid of an EXP share on the Dawn. Okay. So that's a good start. We are bossing. Yeah, we're bossing the Raichu. Okay, I love this play from Alex. I do think this is Alex's best line to win this game. Of course, because the Iron Hands with the DTE does not one-shot the Zard here. It does 140. So, yeah. All right, what do we got here? We've got a Palpad, played a Fire to Comb. There's not a lot going on here, so it's just going to have to be an attack here. Yeah, Energy is going to go to the Zapdos, and we're going to see 8. Was that a Peony top deck as well? I think think it was a peony top deck. Yeah, so hand just full of energies and a single Iron Hands for Ryan. Yeah, so we're gonna have to see. Yeah, yep, I remember how this game ends. Pokemon Catcher. Oh my god. So Ryan is going to throw away a bunch of energies from this peony and is going to grab double Pokemon Catcher off of the peony because there is, I don't remember if there's a generator, but there is only one energy left. There's no rope. Probably not. I don't see it. Okay, Energy, Raichu, Ultra Ball, Switch, Town Store, Nest Ball, Beach Court, Catcher, Catcher. Yeah. So Catcher is just the only choice for Ryan to make here. And yeah. Looks like we're flipping coins. $2,000 coin flip. That one rolled off the table. It's a tails and heads. And yeah, they extend hands. That is. Yeah, that's a way for a game of Pokemon to end. Let's put it there. Yeah, that's a yikes there. All right. Real quick before I'm gonna cut to a break real quick. I need to go to the bathroom. I do want to say this is awesome from production. They put a camera on the last game of Top Cut that is not finished yet. Yeah, this is good and lets people follow. Obviously, it's not a perfect camera angle, but it's gonna let players see what's going on here. It's gonna be Isaiah versus Gustavo. Actually, I'm curious with this board state now. 2 press cards left. No Tina's Guardian with damage. Cram on board. If that's 3, then there's a real way for Isaiah to get back into the game. Alright, but the actual game is going to be played here. Anyway, yeah, Gustavo won that. Which I mean we already knew, but yeah, I'm going to cut to a quick break, and when I'm back, we're going to start with top 4. So I'll see you guys then. All right, we're back. How we doing, guys? How we doing? Top 4. 2 more games. 2 more games to go. I heard this game is really good. Let me turn off the music real quick. Yeah, I heard this game is really good. This is Vinny Fernandez versus Gustavo Wada. Brazilian showdown, of course. 2 extremely good players. Kind of like, you know, the new up-and-coming top Brazilian talent versus the old guard, right? Obviously, Gustavo been around for a while, accomplished a lot. I mean, 2-time EUIC champion, one of definitely in contention for. I don't think he is the greatest player of all time, but there's a lot of reason. I mean, you could suspect that, right? He's definitely in the conversation. He deserves to be in the conversation. Yeah, it's gonna be last team event Gardevoir here. So starting off with the prize cards here, it's quite interesting. So we're gonna see a Cram and a Greninja prize for Vinny, which is a lot. Is both not only important cards in the matchup, but also one-ofs, which Vinny is now not going to have access to. But also Gustavo prizing the Miraidon Curlia, which could be an issue. It's not an impossibility. So, yeah, we're going to see here. I'm going to go and begin here. All right, cool. So, game 1. It's going to be Vinny going first. I think as a Vinny, you probably choose to go first in this matchup. I think every deck probably chooses to go first against Guardy, with like a couple of exceptions. Those exceptions being like the hyper aggressive decks like Roaring Moon and PNA Miraidon, just name a couple. Actually, those are probably like the only decks that go that ever go second against Guardy. Guardy is a deck that typically is very reliant on going first. But yeah, Vinny's gonna sit here and prize check. Realize that, like, hey, a couple key Pokemon are kind of not there, and that's kind of a problem. So yeah, we're gonna go over and we're gonna flower selecting here to start us off. So yeah, Vinny's gonna do the one thing I've been telling literally everyone else during today's VOD review to do, and that is to search your deck before using anything involving the Lost Zone. So love seeing Vinny do that. Of course, in this situation, I think with both Nestball and VIP in Vinny's opening hand, you kind of already have the Pokemon you need. So still, ooh, is that gonna be? Wait, what? Wait, what was the debate here? Is it Colress? I can't see what the other card is. I think I'm getting like a glance at it being Colress. I cannot see, but it is a Sableye hitting the Lost Zone, which is crazy. Is it? Oh, okay. You have to keep it. You have to keep the Avery here. That's a Tina V, and I didn't quite catch a Jet Energy. You don't need the third Tina V here. So now, yeah, Vinny is it's turn 1, and Vinny does not have any one-prize attackers left. Of course, he can hit Greninja. He can hit Cram off of the prize cards here. So that is an option, but. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be Fog Crystal to start for Gustavo. Of course, no prize check. We're going to grab the Mew and retreat it into the active. No VIP. No Ball Search, even. Yikes. See Ultra Balls, Counter Catchers, Curlia. That's a straight up just terrible hand for Gustavo. Wow, absolutely atrocious. Made even worse by the fact that Gustavo prizes Mirage Step Curlia. It's going to mean that there is no good way of setting up a bunch of Curlias on turn 2 for Gustavo. Yeah, it's going to have to be a roll to the bench and a pass? It has to be. There's nothing else. Yeah, Vinny's going to draw for turn, and there's going to be a flower selecting here. I see a Jet, and I see a Gate. Okay, was that a Gate? I think it was Gate, right? Yeah, Gate. I'm going to switch card. This seems fine to me. It's going to be a Pokegear. I think that was a Colress. Yep, that one kind of explains itself. Okay, double VIP. Nice. Love to see it. Not sure. I think it was Path, Grass, and Boss? Not sure, but we're seeing a Jet into the Comfy. Path to the Peak come down. Seems fine to me. And looks like it's going to be Abyss Seeking. So this is probably the best thing you can do as Vinny without access to your Crams. Or to your Cram, not plural, single. I see a gear. I see a gate. I think that's a switch card. And I don't know what the last card is here for Vinny. Gonna look at Vinny's hand. Oh, getting a look at. I want to get a look at Vinny's hand while we can though, because that's actually pretty clear. Double grass, double gates. Looks like an S-ball. I'm not sure. Rod and Avery. Good, not great. We're trying to find Tina V-Star here. Well, maybe not actually. Looks like it's gonna be gate, and was that? Not sure what that is. Catcher? I think it was catcher there for Vinny. Yeah, it's Pokemon catcher, not Pokemon catcher. Counter catcher. Okay. Well, we're gonna start the turn with an evolve from Gustavo into a refinement away a Gardevoir. We're gonna grab a level ball from the Mysterious Tail. It's a boss, not a nest ball. Oh, okay, okay. That and what else makes sense? Yeah, it's gonna be a level ball for the Ralts and a pass back over to Vinny. We're gonna go into a Mirage Gate. Okay. What do we got here? Okay, Psychic, Active, Grass, Bench seems fine. We have a bunch of grass in hand as well, so should be fine there for Vinny. Not the end of the world. I think we're just shredding this turn, probably. Gustavo has not played a supporter. His hands on his low. Oh, that's even better. Yeah, has the boss. Fortunately, Vinny is not going to hit a Pokemon here, but it's near impossible for Gustavo to hit a knockout at this stage in the game. And it's going to be a straight up whiff off of the Mysterious Tail. We're going to go up and we're going to Ultra Ball for Curlia. Okay. Not great. What's the one card in hand? It's a Shining Arcana Guardy. We're going to draw 2, and we're going to scoop. Yeah, okay. So that, yeah, don't know what else to do there. Just kind of some unfortunate draws on Gustavo's end. Vinny's going to go up a game, which I mean seems fine to me. Yeah. All right. So let's skip ahead. We're going to go into game 2 here and look at some replays that we literally just watched. What's the prize? Why are we not seeing the prizes? Okay, I think we're going to pan over right now as Gustavo's laying them out. Ooh, double water, double grass catcher boss for Vinny? Ooh, that's pretty bad. Yeah, that's really, really bad. Yeah, no, that's horrendous. Over on Gustavo's end, Iono, Candy, Artisan, I mean, it's not great, but it's certainly not terrible either. I mean, the one candy can be annoying, but assuming Gustavo gets to play Pokemon in this game, shouldn't be the end of the world. Vinny is double bunching the Comfies, going second, I'm assuming. I mean, it doesn't matter. I would typically never recommend to do that. There's no reason to bench 2 Pokemon, or bench a Pokemon before your turn 1, but it's never going to matter here, so there's no reason to give Vinny shit. And Gustavo's turn is, yeah, speaking of shit, it's not that great. Well, I mean, okay, it's fine. It's a hell of a lot better than game 1. You're also setting up for a Mirage Step Curlia turn, which should be quite good. Of course, with Vinny's double Comfy, is just giving more information than it needs to. But yeah, we're going to see the 2 Comfies here. We find a Chorus for Vinny. The odds of a Cram here are quite high. We don't want a Rope, but of course Vinny does not play Rope, so nothing to worry about there. Yeah, it's going to be a Tina and a Cram. Interesting to see no Greninja here for Vinny. Maybe just has another out to it. Maybe has it in hand. I'm not sure. Maybe just doesn't care enough. There is energies, but we do have the Chorus. So I guess valuing the ability to evolve Tina. Okay, see. You have to, yeah, has to keep the energy. Already knows. Keeps Greninja as well. So I mean, Nest Comfy really isn't that bad. Certainly could be better, but definitely could be worse. There is no Manaphy in Vinny's deck, so no reason to protect from Scream Tail, so This last bench slot is probably always just a second Tina V. I think he took the Tina so he can Abyss Seeking. If he misses his Cram Attack, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair enough. Also just to evolve, right? I think it's fine. But you have the concealed cards as well. So we're going to see a Canceling Cologne first into... Not Canceling Cologne, what? A Flower Selecting first. I'm not sure what we kept here. Oh, we kept a Gate, but yeah, we do have a Jet into the Flower Selecting here. Get rid of a Psychic. Bench Giratina. Have we used concealed cards? I think we might have. But why do we get rid of a Psychic? I think we always get rid of... Did we use concealed? Yeah, we did use concealed. I'm very curious as to why Vinny chose to get rid of a Psychic Energy here. I think you always want to remove the grass and the waters from your hands so that you can... You know, you don't have them in deck, right? You want to put them in discard so you can shuffle them back into your deck so your gates are more active, so you're gating for more than one card. So I'd like to see probably grass hit the... actually, maybe hitting water hitting the discard instead of the Psychic there would have been better. That's just my opinion, though. Yeah, Vinny is going to go for the Spits. And looking at Gustavo's board, we're going to see concealed cards to start. It's not great. Okay. So we do have, yeah. So actually, this is fine. We have Mirage Step. We have Energy. We're going to Rod back not only the Ralts but also the Curlia. That was just Ultra Balled away. Ultra Balling away the Curlia and shuffling it back in is going to give it access through the Mirage Step. So this is a really good play from Gustavo. Pretty much just Guardy 101 at this point, but regardless, it's good play. Should always be pointed out. And then what do we got here? We've got, yeah, Triple Curlia. Nothing, yeah, really nothing else to say here. Although not having the Manaphy is rough. Of course, we know that there are 2 waters prized for Vinny, which is unfortunate. So, yeah, no need for the Manaphy. Of course, Gustavo can't know that, but... Yeah, it's not going to go unpunished, or not going to go punished. Of course, there was no way for Gustavo to get the Manaphy in the first place, so nothing else he could have done. Just going to get a little bit lucky here, but we're going to see the Retreat, the Switch cart, and then the Colress. So we're going to keep an Energy, we're going to keep probably a Path, right? Yeah, I would love to see the Path keep. It's going to be getting rid of a Switch cart and a Pokegear. Going to bait a bit more. I think you're fine to get rid of the Pokegear. We're getting rid of the Path? Okay, we're getting rid of the Path here. I guess we have Path in hand. This feels sketch. It's an Energy Switch cart with the other two. I think you're fine to get rid of Switch cart, but I mean, it doesn't feel good regardless. I guess you are playing 4 Paths as Vinny, so it's not like the end of the world. Yeah. Alright, we're going to retreat into this Cram. Oh, that's a Switch card in Cram? Okay, yeah, we're attaching grass, so we're switching. Okay, that's fine, yeah, because you want to attach the grass. We'll draw another grass off the prize cards. Of course, Vinny is really hoping to see those water energies pretty soon. Gonna need to conceal the cards that water next turn, so brought it back in for a more active Mirage Gate for sure. But we're going to see an Ultra Ball grab off of the Mysterious Tail for Gustavo. Let's see what we got here. Not a big hand, but we're going to try to see what we can build on here. It's going to be a Refinement away the Catcher, Concealed cards away the Energy, Refinement away VAP, a couple of discardable cards, but nothing like super obvious for Gustavo. I think eyeing up the Level Ball, maybe? Yeah, it's going to be a Level Ball. Because you don't need anything else. No, it's going to be the Ultra Ball that's going to be played here. Okay, interesting. Probably for, yeah, Shining Arcana. It's going to be the grab. Gonna evolve one of those already used Curlias. I'm just trying to see if we can find some more discardable cards here. Okay, we're gonna evolve both used Curlias. Maybe just okay, catcher and bench and research. Oh, awesome! Yeah, this is great for Gustavo. Down double catcher, which is rough, but still, really good spot regardless. Could be a Shadow Arcana. Just gonna see no energy. Gonna be the refinement. See one Psychic. Retreat, attach retreats. We do have a reversal. How many other psychics? Okay, enough. Oh yeah, we have plenty. We have plenty. I do think Gustavo needed the reversal though to pull off that attack. So, I mean, good odds regardless. So it's not the end of the world. But yeah, Tina's gonna go down, and Gustavo is gonna be a really good spot actually. All right, so let's see what we got here for Vinny. Just a lot of energies clunking in this hand, which is not what you want to see. This Greninja, obviously, concealed cards away water is going to be really good. But I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's not great. We're going to see a. Going to see the concealed cards. Wait, we did not get rid of water. Well, that's very interesting. I mean, I guess you always just attach water from hand and go, what's it called? Gate for the other two, but maybe we're Sableing here, actually. Sableye would be quite good if we're able to do that as Vinny. You kill both the Mew and the Curlia. Would not be bad. We're going to see a Colress, yeah, so I think we get rid of Tina V and VIP. It's probably... No, it's going to be Mirage Gate. We're going to keep the Tina V. Not sure if I agree with that if you're rodding anyway, but I guess you want to rod back energies, don't want to rod back Tina pieces. Which I guess is fair, but I don't know. We're going to get rid of the V-Star. That's fine. I think it was Avery was the other card as well. So, yeah, it's going to be... Switch cart into the Sableye. Let's see the targets here for Vinny. Definitely a couple viable lines here. Actually, yeah, never mind. We can always go knockout active, knockout Mew. It doesn't actually have to be the Curlia. Because of the 6 damage on the active Gardevoir. Yeah, so it's good. Yeah, that's exactly the line Vinny's going to go for. I like this a lot. Vinny's going to go down to 2 prize cards. So yeah, if this Tina stays alive, I mean, Vinny's in a great spot. If this Tina does survive here, but let's see how this goes. I'm actually unsure of how this game ends. I mean, I obviously know that Vinny wins, but I don't remember if it was game 3 or not. So this is gonna be quite exciting here. We're gonna group grabbing the Gardevoir for Gustavo. Yep, seems good. I mean, as Gustavo here, your #1 priority just has to be to get this Giratina off the bench. No, it's gonna be the Iono. Yeah, I mean, hope Vinny isn't able to pull off the play. To be fair, it is a lot of cards Vinny needs. I think it's a lot of cards in the discard pile, if I'm not mistaken. Vinny has not played the Rod prematurely. Which I guess would only achieve just a deck full of energies that aren't, actually that accessible if they all end up in the hand. So, yeah, it's going to be a refinement, away the crystal, reversal, really good hit for Gustavo, bench Ralts, and I think we're going to see a attack here, yep. So Gustavo goes down to 3, so Vinny doesn't even need to hit this turn. Granted, if Gustavo is able to gust the Tina next turn, then it's going to be really, really rough for Vinny. It's going to be the Rod played immediately. Gonna get rid of Psychic. Okay, yeah, Psychic, and Grass are gonna be the choices here. Yeah, Vinny. Probably gonna do that before the flower selecting just to see outs to concealed cards, which makes sense because you don't have a lot here at hand. It's a 2-card hand now we're looking for Vinny. Yeah, I'm assuming that's where all the circles and arrows are going. I mean, obviously don't have the casters on, so not sure that's what they're talking about, but I can only assume based on what they're showing on screen. But we'll see the flower selecting. It's gonna have to be the line for Vinny. And then what now? Can't see what the cards are, so it's kind of hard to say. Maybe a gate we're getting rid of? What's the other card? There's no... I need to know what the other card is. Okay, it might have been... Okay, so I'm assuming the other card was energy, and then if Vinny gets the grass... if Vinny keeps grass, the gate doesn't actually give him the 2 energies he needs. And also, if you keep gate, Vinny probably doesn't have switch card. So that's the assumption here. We see a path in Vinny's hand. It is quite good. Yeah. It'll be a pass to Gustavo here. So trying to just hope Gustavo does not have a way to gust up this Tina V-Star. Gustavo is down, I believe, double catcher, so there's probably still a boss in Gustavo's deck, but odds of him hitting it actually probably aren't that low. So I'm going to see a Rod back, and I believe that was a Curlia and a Gardevoir. Okay. What now? It's a Research and an Energy in Gustavo's hand. A Worker's good. And the Arcana first, kind of debating on whether or not we're attaching the energy. We're going to keep the energy. No? Yeah, we are. Can keep the energy. Let it discard off the Refinement. Is that a Vacuum and a Iono, I think, were the grabs there. I think we have 2 Stadiums in hand as well, so... actually, quite a lot of outs for Gustavo here. Quite a lot of options, although you are trying to find Gust. I think it's Vinny. My bad, tired. Kind of debating. Gustavo's debating his options. I don't know why I'm saying Vinny. Yeah, Gustavo's debating his options here. I do believe we saw both Artisan and Collapse in the hand. And I think that, yeah, that is a Research, so... I think Gustavo's debating whether or not he can go for this Research play. I mean, the Vacuum away the path is fine. Because you don't want to give Vinny anything else. We're going to get rid of the Research? No, we're going to get rid of the Jirachi. That's probably a lot better. Well, is it a lot better? Okay, we're going to see the concealed cards, hoping for boss. I think that's a boss, right? Is that a boss? Yeah, boss Tina. Guardi EX. We'll just clean this up. Or the Guardi EX's ability, of course, we'll clean this up, is what I mean. And yeah, we're going to knock out the Tina. And now Gustavo just always wins. Both on prize trade and on board, right? You can spit at this Gardevoir and then you just lose to the Gardevoir EX. So it's going to have to be a path angle for Vinny here. Which makes sense, right? But obviously, odds are really, really stacked against Vinny here. I think as Vinny is considering the scoop. Of course, you got to do what you got to do, right? Let me actually check something. There's something I'm kind of curious about. No, never mind. Okay. Yeah. So Vinny still digging for the path here. No, just path in hand. So it's going to be path knockout active. Of course, I do believe we know there's a work in Gustavo's hand. So Vinny did play the Chorus. Roxanna's not out. Giratina V, of course. Oh, okay, interesting. We're going to go for the... okay, makes sense, I guess. I'm going to keep playing from behind. I guess you're just trying to stall. Oh, nice. Yeah, welcome to, welcome to. Not sure how to pronounce the name there. Spensex? Yeah, definitely not pronouncing that correctly, but yeah, welcome to the stream. Glad to hear you enjoyed the SableZard list. 4-1 is still absolutely respectable, regardless of any blunders made. But glad you caught it yourself there, of course. But yeah, welcome to. We're gonna see. All right, Gustavo's gonna dig for it. I mean, so few cards in the deck. Gustavo should just always have it here. He's just kind of for the last energy. Yep. Okay, and we're gonna game number 3 here. I actually do like the little pop-up graphics they've been running. That's a bit of character to the stream, a little more action going on here. All right, so game 3, top 4. What do we got here? We're gonna see Boss, Energy Gate, prized for Vinny, Not the End of the World, a Rod, and a Curlia, and a Ralts, prized for Gustavo. Gardevoir pieces prized for Gustavo are always annoying, but not anything Gustavo can't play around here. It's going to be the Jirachi start. Okay, we didn't need to see the Game Freak graphic again. Pokemon, thank you. Oh, it's going to be a Flower Selecting Pass for Vinny, so not a lot going on here. Getting rid of a Path as well, quite rough. Yeah, what do you think of Shemansky's list? I talked about it a bit earlier, but I'll go over it again quickly. Drapion sucks. Play Spiritomb instead. I do like the boss. The level ball cut works because you're then cutting a beach court for an artisan, so you have one less retreat out, but you have the same amount of ball search. It's less search for the Radzard, so it's still a consistency drop in that regard. I like the boss. I'm not sure I like the cut for the boss, but I do like the boss. So I'll be testing that. But Drapion's straight up bad. Unless you're expecting the field to be like all Mew. But I mean, you can't reasonably expect that in this meta, I don't think. So yeah. Alright, we're going to see the Iono for Gustavo here. It's going to be a retreat into the Mew. Hoping to see a VIP. There is a VIP there. So we're going to be able to fill up this board for Gustavo. It's going to be interesting to see what we grab here. If it's just going to be the double Ralts, or if it's going to be... Nope, it's going to be the double Ralts, yeah. Seems good to me. Seems fine. Yeah, so I think Vinny just got Iono into a much better hand than what he was sitting on earlier. I'd see a Chorus in the hand for Vinny. Of course, for Gustavo, I think you make the assumption that that Vinny's hand prior must have been pretty good with a Chorus because you saw him get rid of a Path. And if Vinny's getting rid of a Path, then it means that the other card he grabbed must have been pretty valuable. So I don't think that the Iono was bad for Gustavo by any means, but we're going to see a Chorus here, which looks quite rough. I think Boss Grass is what we're considering getting rid of. There's another Water in there. I'm not sure what we have left. I think that's Nest Ball, Grass, Boss, Water, Greninja is the cards. Yes, we're going to get rid of Boss and Nest Ball. Quite the unfortunate list of cards there, but this is what it is. We're going to get rid of a Sableye. I mean, I guess with Jirachi in play, you're never chasing it down as Gustavo, so you're fine to get rid of the Sableye. Never chasing it down as Vinny, sorry. We're going to see a Concealed cards. We're going to see a Cram Bench and a Jet into the Tina. Okay, interesting. So we're going to go for the Abyss Seeking instead of the Cram. Very intriguing, actually. I guess you're kind of saying, like, I don't think Gustavo's going to have much. Is Vinny's hand bad? Let's see if I can like catch a glimpse of that again. Roxanne, Chorus. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Hello, no, I do not need to learn how to play Pokemon. Okay, let's try that again. Alright, that's the Chorus. There's a Flower Selecting, Concealed cards. Alright, Vinny's hand. Gate, Rocks, Chorus, Water, Switch card VIP. You think that's a Tina V-Star? I kind of would have liked to see Spit, but I guess Vinny's going to make the call to not play this game from behind. which is fine. But I mean, despite that, getting rid of a catcher. What were the other two cards there? Water and is that Pokegear? It is Pokegear. Do we need Pokegear here as Vinny? I mean, maybe if we're digging for Avery, I think that's the idea here. We're gonna go dig for Avery next turn, and yeah, hope Gustavo try to board wreck Gustavo. I guess I don't know. It's weird. It's a bit awkward here. I think, regardless of whether or not it's correct, I would have gone for the Cram. I'm going to give Vinny the benefit of the doubt and just say he knows something I don't. But I think going for the Cram there and going ahead on prize cards is just correct if you're Vinny. I think playing from behind against Guardy and letting Guardy take the lead is just so awkward. Unless you're trying to go Roxanne Path as your line here as Vinny. You do have the Avery, so you are able to do quite a bit of damage to Gustavo's board. So it's weird. It's all kinds of weird. Yeah, it's definitely awkward, but I want to see the Turo from Gustavo. Very interesting. Re-evolving the Curlia, so really just nothing going on in Gustavo's hand, it seems. Yeah, I don't see a lot of great options. There's an Ultra Ball, but I mean that's just not doing enough. You need to grab the Manaphy here as Gustavo, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to just be a pass of the turn. I mean, this hand isn't bad for Gustavo, but it's not exactly how you love to play your Turo. Yeah, interesting. Okay, we're gonna see a switch card to start for Vinny going into this Comfy. It's gonna be a Flower Selecting first. I think this Pokegear is gonna be trying to dig an Avery out for us. There's gonna be a Switch card and a Psychic. I think I agree with Vinny's choice here. I'm gonna see the Pokegear. I'm gonna hope for this Avery. Avery would be such a massive grab for Vinny. Nope, it's gonna be a Colress. I believe we already have a Colress in hand as well, so unfortunate. Is there any way to conceal cards as Vinny here? It looks like it's tapped, but I don't think I saw him use concealed cards unless I just missed it. We are at 7 though, so might want to go for the gate. Here's Comfy. Has to be a Mirage Gate. Okay. Yeah, so I guess as Vinny, you go for the gates after because you want to make your gate choice based around whether or not you're able to Avery, which makes sense to me. But then again, Cram is just always better as an attacker here than the Tina, unless we're trying to target down the Curlia, which I don't hate because Gustavo is already down a Candy, but it's gonna be the Chorus played. You still go for the gate first, even if you're not attacking with the Tina, because you want to keep those energies out of your hand. You want to attach to the Tina, so you go gate first. What's it here? I think that's okay. We're gonna get rid of a Jet, and I did not catch the other card. Yeah, I don't think I can see that. I think it was double gate kept. Nest Ball, maybe. Weird. Okay. It's gonna be an evolution here. It's gonna be Nest Ball debated. I think we're at 9 for Vinny. Yeah, we're at 9. We don't need to be hitting 10 this turn, regardless. That's kind of fine. I think going water to Greninja. I mean, sure, that's fine. If you're retreating here anyway. Quite the. Oh, we're gonna pass. Okay, so neither player wants to play from ahead, I guess. Okay, I really don't see what's so bad about attacking with this Cram here. I really don't. I think if Vinny had attacked with the Cram earlier, obviously he wouldn't have been able to see the cards he did off of the Abyss Seeking. But I mean, Vinny still had a Comfy. Vinny still had a Colress in hand. Vinny still had Ninja. So I would have really liked to see Vinny go for the Cram both last turn and this turn, right? He would have been up 2 prize cards. I don't think Gustavo would have been able to respond unless Gustavo had the Reversal Energy, which I don't think we know if Gustavo has or not. And even then, I mean, the trade isn't that bad for Vinny, right? I mean, I guess like if you, I guess if you spit last turn, you go up a prize. Gustavo goes to reversal, takes you out, takes out the cram. No, but then you go shred. And then actually, yeah, maybe the back and forth is unfavored for Vinny if Vinny goes for spits. Okay, if Vinny goes for spits last turn is unfavorable. This turn, however, I think it's always correct for Vinny to spit. Just because like now Gustavo's odds of attacking aren't tied down by a reversal energy play. I mean, he's going to be able to evolve when he needs to evolve, right? He's going to be able to get the EX into play, no problem. Yes, I'd have really liked to see Cram. I still think Cram last turn would have been better as well. I think there's no reason for Vinny to play this passively, especially against Gardevoir. Again, you know, Vinny knows this matchup better than I do, I'd assume. I'm sure there is something Vinny knows that I don't. But still, I mean, these are questions worth asking. And there's a real chance Vinny's just misplaying, right? I just don't. I'm not sure. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that it was Vinny Fernandez, I would immediately mark that as a misplay. But Vinny is very, very good, and there's a very high chance he knows something I don't. But for now, let's assume it's to be a misplay. But there's definitely arguments been made for not doing it. But yeah, we're gonna see a Refinement and a Shilling Arcana, and an Ultra Ball. And we're going to see another Refinement getting rid of an EX, which is quite interesting. Yeah, I think we have another EX in hand. And Gustavo passes 2. Okay, there's something I'm missing, because neither player wants to take the initiative here, is what I'm seeing, right? I guess they're both kind of leaning into this 2-2-2 map, which is very interesting. I mean, I guess for Gustavo, taking this knockout is going to open up Counter Catcher. For Vinny, which is going to open up the option to knock out the EX, which is going to forward Vinny in the prize trade. But I don't know. I feel like both players are too tunnel visioned on playing from behind, and are not willing to play to the out that maybe their opponent like just doesn't have every comeback card in their deck in their hand. I mean, at this point, both players have half their decks in their hand, and you have to assume they have everything. I don't know. I mean, I see the I see the idea as to why both players are doing what they're doing. I'm just not sure I agree with the lines here, because both players going for the lines playing behind, and especially for Gustavo, I think if Vinny plays Avery here, you're losing this game. And there's the Avery, yeah. Yeah, so I think this Avery is super detrimental to Gustavo. But then again, like, if Avery, if no, because if Gustavo doesn't leave Mew in the active and takes a knockout, then you get rid of Mew, Jirachi, and there's Avery, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I actually just think it was a misplay on Gustavo's non-attack. I have a hard time imagining that Gustavo would make that blunder, though, which is why I'm trying to find, lines that explain it. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's top 4 fatigue exists, etc., etc., etc. There we go. But yeah, I disagree with Gustavo's play there a lot. And to a certain, I mean, I guess to the same extent with Vinny's. I mean, I guess Vinny's comeback line makes more sense than Gustavo's to me, right? Because you're playing the Avery, right? The Avery is what makes this comeback line for Vinny make a lot more sense. I don't think you ever needed to make a comeback line. I think for Vinny, you had a real way to go up prize card here several turns ago, right? Of course, not playing the rope means that you want to play around certain lines with the reversal energy. So I mean, maybe like the turn 1 cram wasn't worth it. I think not the turn 1 cram. Was it turn 1 cram? Yeah, it must have been turn 1 cram. Turn 1 cram probably not worth it. Turn 2 cram I think was worth it. And now is this turn 3 or is this turn 4? I'm not super convinced either way. Definitely a scrappy game though. Definitely a lot to learn from this game for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, well, let's put that to the side for now. Vinny's going to keep playing his turn. He's going to Nest Ball for this Giratina. He's going to Rod back some energies, and looks like it's going to be a Mirage Gate to the Tina. Also, wow, I'm starving. I'm going to grab some food before the finals start. Yeah, I can hear my stomach. That's never a good sign. Yeah, so yeah, even the casters are saying like, okay, someone take a knockout, please take a knockout. I mean, now like even if Gustavo is able to pull out the catcher and the knockout the Tina and etc right? There's 2 Tinas in play, right? So yeah, Vinny in a very very commanding spot now, which I really just can't help but feel like would have been better for Gustavo if Gustavo had taken the knockout last turn, but. Alas, I mean, I guess if Gustavo takes a knockout last turn, Vinny's line then probably becomes catcher Guardy, knockout Guardy the same turn you Avery, but then the Avery then doesn't have any impact, and then it's weird. It's weird. I think as Gustavo at some point you have to just accept the fact that you need Vinny to whiff something if you're going to win this game, right? Because as Gustavo, you've played under the assumption that Vinny has everything, and it's getting dangerous, right? Because now you're behind, and you need Vinny to whiff something if you're trying to win this game. Also, why are we playing Vacuum before this collapsed? I guess we're thinning the VIP out, but like you want to keep your path bumps, right? Yes, why are we playing this collapsed? I don't hate the collapse. I like getting rid of the comfy, but we're researching. Okay, never mind. We're researching. Yeah, Vinny's already at 10, so okay, there's just no point in the vacuum. Okay, so it would have mattered, right? Okay, so that just doesn't ever matter. Okay, it's gonna be a Scream Tail bench. Yep. I'm gonna be knockout. Maybe you thought free path total. Yeah, maybe, but I mean the research means it doesn't matter, so that's whatever. Vinny is going to promote the calm phase. Going to be the final choice here. Top decks VIP. Not that it matters when Vinny's holding half his deck in his hand. Yeah. Let's see here. We're going to be a Coal Rush. Double Path, Jet, Water, and is that a Nest Ball? Not entirely sure. Keeping 2 path, I like. Keep the Jets. Yeah, it's going to be Nest Ball Water hitting the Lost Zone. I mean, not the greatest Lost Zone for Vinny, but I mean, certainly could be worse. The bench of the Comfy. You need to knock out this Gardevoir. Path is going to be huge. Jets, I like that a lot. You're able to Lost Zone double Jet. Yeah, not being able to bench the Tina V is quite rough here for Vinny. I don't know if the out was there. I mean, obviously the Nest Ball is probably an out. No, there's a Tina V in hand for Vinny, so I mean, unless it was just taking off the prize cards, that's very likely too. But yeah, I'd like to see a Tina V bench from Vinny, if at all possible, because if Gustavo does hit it here, it's going to be quite rough. Then again, I mean, how does Gustavo even hit it, right? If Gustavo does hit it, it has to be with Zacian. If you hit it with the Zacian, then Cram responds, and then Gustavo loses. So, yeah, actually, maybe this matters less than I thought it did. Yeah, because there's just no. I mean, it'd be one thing if Gustavo is able to one shot this Tina with a one prizer, but he's just not able to do that. That's just not an option with no Curlias on this board. Um, so Gustavo's just pretty much lost this war of attrition against Vinny here. Um, yeah, so I think Vinny just always wins. I mean, we always know Vinny won, but yes, still. Okay, we're going to get Guardy, Zacian, and then what? It's going to be a Ralt? I think you have to get a Ralt. Okay, no, we're going to get double Gardevoir. Interesting. We have Ultra Balls in hand, so not sure we need two. It's going to be a Candy and a Mirage Step Curlia being discarded here. And we're going to see an Ultra Ball again. Okay, so I think Gustavo's come to the conclusion that it doesn't matter what he grabs here. 2 cards left in deck. He's not going to attack with the Gardevoir piece unless it's Gardevoir EX for game. We're going to attach retreat the Screamtail. It's fine because of the damage on it being okay. Damage to the Screamtail, thank you, yeah. And then we're going to put a bunch of energies on the dog. And yeah, we're going to knock out the active, it seems. Yep. Gustavo going down to 2. Actually, I mean, this isn't even that bad for Gustavo, though. I mean, obviously, Vinny's able to go Spit for knockout, right? Goes to 2. I think the problem for Gustavo is that when Vinny benches a Tina V here, when Vinny benches Tina V, there's no real way for Gustavo to respond to it. I mean, yeah, unless we have another Rod, but I don't think we do. So you have Screamtail as a single prize, not like single prize attacker, and you have Gardevoir for game. Is kind of the line here for Gustavo. Problem being, you have to have boss as well. On the turn, you go for the EX, and you have to hope that Vinny doesn't have. I mean, obviously Vinny goes knockout active, and then Vinny has to go Tina V-Star Requiem the Gardevoir, but that's not unlikely. And then he should be able to put himself in a good spot to do it. Yeah, it's gonna play his entire deck down here. 3 energy there. I'm gonna see a gate being played. There'll be 1 card left. Gonna be a Path to the Peak. Not sure Gustavo even has Path outs left. Yeah, and then we're gonna see the Roxanne from Vinny. Really good sequencing. Really good line here for Vinny. Has the energy he needs. Really only needs Gust, which I think he has a boss left, and Tina V-Star for game next turn. Yeah, he's gonna draw almost his entire deck while still keeping himself well within range to play around Iono. Even going down to 2 prize cards. So, yeah, plenty of cards left in his deck. I do think, however, he did like just hit like a bunch of energies and VIPs off of this Roxanne, which does mean that, like, even if it gets Iono, it's actually just a net win for Vinny at this point. It's gonna be an attach pass for Gustavo though off that Roxanne. The path stuck. It's gonna be huge. Be another Comfy benched for Vinny and a Spit. So Counter Catcher not live anymore. Oh, and it's going to be a Scoop from Gustavo. Okay. Gustavo realizing no way to win if that Screamtail goes down. Only viable attacker is the Gardevoir EX. Gardevoir EX obviously always dies to the Tina because Vinny had the Tina V-Star. Okay, so I am going to quickly run downstairs and grab some food. There's literally just a plate of food on the table. I'm just going to nab that, and then I'll be back upstairs. I'm going to eat while we watch the finals. Yeah, just give me 2 seconds. I'm not even going to go to a different screen. I'm literally going to be back here in like a minute, okay? So just like wait, don't go anywhere, okay? I promise I'll be back, okay? I Promise. Promise? Promise. Okay. Actually, can I play an ad for you guys? Can you guys? No, nope. Ad recently ran. Okay. Back in a second. I have acquired food. I'm having leftovers from my two different roommates' separate dinners. One of my roommates made like a oven baked potatoes and onion thing, and the other made mashed potatoes. So I'm having two different potato dishes. But I need food, so I'm starving. All right, finals. Caleb Rogerson, Vinny Fernandez, the two young up-and-coming players. Caleb, I think, had a season Masters last year, and I think this is Vinny's first Masters season. So, is it Vinny's first Masters season? I don't remember. Was he senior last year, or was he a Master last year? I think it was a senior last year. All right. Insane prize cards for Caleb to start off here. 1/1 bird, Rotom prized, Fish prized, Zard prized, and an energy. Crazy shit. Vinny's isn't great. There's a ninja at the top, a couple energies, but I mean comparatively to Caleb, it's nuts. All right, so a little less talking from me. I'm sure these two players know what they're doing here, so I'm just gonna let the gameplay explain itself while I eat, and then we'll stop once some more interesting decisions come out. And for now, Caleb's just gonna do the most basic Zard turn one you've ever seen, and I'm gonna eat my dinner. Of course, checking these prize cards as Caleb in the finals has to be like the worst fucking feeling. Playing finals of regionals is fucking stressful, and prizing like all your best cards is not exactly how you're going to want to start that game one. Nice VIP off the meal. Okay, pass over to Vinny. Artisan first always. Vinny's going to give me more time to eat because he's going to check his prize cards. Thank you, Vinny. I'm going to shovel this food down as fast as possible so you guys don't have to sit here watching me eat a fucking Pokemon player mukbang. I'm just going to keep price checking and take a comfy off this Artisan. Seems reasonable to me. My roommate made homemade aioli, which is really good. I should have put some more on this because I already ran out. Perks of living with someone who's going to culinary school. Alright. Nest ball for Cram. Seems good for Vinny. Interesting to see the nest ball before the flower selectings. Now, of course, Vinny has prize checked, so that might be optimal. Oh, we have double Gene in hand. Okay. Yeah, that is fine, because Vinny doesn't want to see more Pokemon here. Greninja would be nice, but, like, you don't need it. Yeah, turn 1 Avery. Yeah, turn 1 Avery from Vinny. Not great, but it is what it is. There's a VIP pass for a Greninja. I would actually really like to see Vinny play the VIP there. Yeah. Actually, there's something to point out here. So Vinny has a VIP in hand, and like a couple energies actually. So I'd actually kind of like to see Vinny VIP for the Greninja and just use concealed cards. I don't really understand why we're not doing that. I don't see the downside to not. I mean, like, what are we gaining from not using Greninja here, right? Oh God. Booze in chat, it's over. But yeah, no, I don't know why we're not grabbing Greninja. I mean, I guess maybe Vinny just like oversight on like seeing it as a VIP pass. Maybe forgot I was turn 1. Again, finals at this point in the tournament, you're fatigued, right? This is, to my knowledge, I think this is actually both players. This is both players' first Masters top cut. I'm not entirely sure about this. You please correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. So actually, there's a lot of. I mean, not just the stress and the pressure, but also the fatigue of having to play so many rounds of Pokemon. It's kind of hard to like ever really give either of these players shit for misplay because I mean there's so much, right? But yeah, we're gonna see a Flower Select number 2 and pass over to Caleb. Alright, so those Artisan from Manaphy makes sense. Candy off the Mew seems good. I think we have Armin in hand. Nothing to attach for a Sealstone too, which is unfortunate. Okay, I'm going to be TM Devo and Catcher off the Ultra. I'm going to be a Pidgeot for a Candy. I think we have Sardiax in hand. Yep. Yep. Good. Yeah, we're just going to have a nice, clean turn 2. Really good that Caleb was able to like make it to the board without either Fish or Rotom. So, I mean, if anything else, the opening hand was good, right? I want to see the Rotom. Probably not the one, the 2 Pressure you were hoping to see. I think it's definitely better to see the Fish there, but I mean, still, it's something, right? Easy. Yeah, we farm Roaring Moon. Alright. Vinny's Chorusing. Giratina V. Sableye, Nest Ball. Don't know what the 2 other keeps are. Okay. Definitely think you can get rid of the third. Okay, there's Colress and Gate. So yeah, definitely keeping Colress and Gate. I think you're fine to get rid of Tina V. You probably don't need the Nest Ball either, so. What are we shuffling from? Oh, Artisan. Okay, duh, yeah. Artisan for Comfy. Tack för Melvu. Alright, enough eating. We're going to see a Jet into the bench Comfy. Get rid of a Colress. What's the... I can't quite see... Okay, it's going to Path. Alright, that seems good. Yeah, we're going to Spit here. I like the Spit. You just get to go Spit into Impacts. Seems good. You're kind of at a point in the game where you're probably not required to Abyss Seeking. Pro showed up to watch me eat and then dipped. That's crazy. And then I hear him laugh from the other room. Dude, having roommates is fucking wild. People are fucking stupid. Alright, we're gonna see the Iono from Caleb. Alright, yeah, I had Artisan as well. Double Artisan in Caleb's deck. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I actually quite like Double Artisan. I think Lost Cities lost most of its value in this format. It kind of doesn't help you that much against SableZard. Like, it's good in SableZard if it sticks, but if it doesn't stick, it kind of doesn't change anything unless like some really bad Lost Zones happened early. So it's really just for like Paradox Box to get rid of like stuff like Roaring Moon or Iron Hands, depending on like how the board state looks. Typically Roaring Moon. But yeah, All right, what are we grabbing off the Pidgeot here? It's a Rod. Yeah, that's a fine, like, kind of premature take from Caleb, right? You just kind of hold that in your hand. You're not really threatened yet, so you get to play it next turn for free. Okay, gonna be a Comfy promotion. An Artisan off the bat. It's gonna be for the Sableye. Both players abusing the hell out of this Artisan, which I mean is what they should, right? I would say both players, but it's actually just Vinny abusing the hell out of his Artisan. Taking like a free buffet of Pokemon. Alright, Pokegear Colress, easy. It's gonna be a keeping here, getting rid of Roxanne and VIP pass. I guess you only need one Roxanne. Alright, so this is fine. What else? I will actually point out it's quite interesting to see the Rotom at the bench for Caleb here. I don't hate it. You keep Force Steel Stone as a potential option. The Pidgeot gets one shot by the Lost Impact anyway, so yeah, it's kind of fine. We're gonna see a Mirage Gate. Yeah, so Vinny needs to probably one shot the Zard here. The Zard is then gonna hit 240 damage, which means he's not one-shotting the Tina, which means that Vinny's Tina is going to get to hit again, which would be very, very good. We have another path here for Vinny, which is great. I see Jets. Yep, Jet's going to be the attach for Vinny here. And then what now? A lot of energy, a lot of switch cards in hand. Seems good. Kind of debate what energy to get rid of. I think you have double psychic in hand, but double psychic and lost on as well is kind of rough, but kind of not fully expecting the Iono here, which I think is fair because your opponent needs to prioritize setting up a Charizard. So lots of considerations here, but ultimately it's going to opt to play around the hand instead of playing around the potential Iono. Alright, so we're going to see the Pidgeot promotion as we start Caleb's turn. Caleb, what are you even trying to do here? I love the idea of going Boston and Diaz Caleb. The problem kind of is that if you go down to 2, you play into Roxanne, you get knocked out, and then off of the Roxanne, you'd have to find, like, any way to attack with Zard. It's just a bunch of tall orders, really. This matchup's so hard. You could obviously hit the active, which is what Caleb's going to be forced to do here. The question becomes, hit the active with what, though? I think if you're Caleb, you're probably always hitting the active with one prizer, probably Charmander. Don't need to switch, that's fine. Get rid of the path, you open up Pidgey as a search engine. Get the Charmander, iron up the Charizard. So what Charmander are we attacking with? This is where we want the Ember Charmander. The 60 HP one. I'm not sure if we have access to it though. We can... That's going to be that. I mean, we'll do the same for 3 energy with the steady breathing, so it's not the end of the world. Or not for 3 energy, for 2 energy. Candy, Zard, yeah. And then we're going to go probably 2 Demander. No, 1 Demander. Okay, interesting. I'm not... I really want to see Caleb swing more than 1 pressure this turn. And the reason I want to see it this turn instead of next turn with the Rad Zard is because the Rad Zard is just so vulnerable to the path. But I guess, actually, yeah, with 4 Sealstone not having used, you have the Rotom for that. So now you can knock out this active with a 1 prizer next turn, and then you have your own Iono. You're not getting hand trucked either. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, this is probably Caleb's best line, actually. Yeah, this is definitely Caleb's best line. Obviously can't switch card for Vinny, which is kind of biting him in the ass right now. I want to see the Pokegear. Okay, gonna be a boss grab. Can't tell if that's good or bad. I guess boss kill Rotom while pathing is good, but like Hmm. To kill anything this turn, you have to V-star. Not V-starring a Zard feels really bad. Eyeing up the Rod. What are we playing? I think that's a Rod into a Gate being played here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Grass Water. Okay, so maybe we are going for the impact here. If we're getting energies, I mean, kind of has to be the case, right? We already attached. Wait, is that 2 Psychic in Vinny's hand? Is Vinny playing 5 Psychic? No. That's just because of Comfy. It's just a Comfy. Okay. Yeah, so that's fair. I have to boss. He's considering it. I mean, you already grabbed the energies, right? I mean, if you have the water, it's the complete waste of the water if you're not using impact at least at this point. And you lost zone 2 off active. Seems good. You're threatening 2 different Tinas. You have the path. It's gonna be a Comfy. It's a 2 boss, 2 switch cards psychic, I think is the hand. Or bossing. It's either Rotom or Pidgey here. Okay, I think I like Rotom better, but I guess like you get rid of the Pidgey, and Rotom is kind of forced to take Path Bump. Yeah, no, Pidgey's just better actually. Yeah, getting rid of Pidgey is just better. Yeah. So now back into Caleb's turn. This is kind of awkward. Vinny's obviously trying not to get Iono'd, but I think it's always going to be an Iono here. Yeah, so it's going to have to be an Iono, knockout active. Hope Vinny doesn't have Psychic Energy V-Star. That's pretty much the line here. I don't really see what else Caleb does. I can't really... I mean, I can only expect that that's what Vinny expected. And I guess in that case... I mean, maybe, like... Maybe it... No... No, because now you're kind of forcing Caleb to attack with a 1-prizer when you go for this line. Whereas if you knock out the Zard, right, Caleb probably goes knockout with Mander, Bench, Mander, Iono, because they have both Force Seal and Pidgey. I don't know. Well, Caleb had the Collapse Stadium, so yeah. That's probably what would have happened. Yeah, it's really interesting. But this decision is going to be made. It's going to attack the Zard. Going to be a Nest Ball and a Path, Catcher, Rotom, and I think a Roxanne. Okay. Oh, okay, this is good. Yeah. So, Vinny obviously, would rather not have the Zard in the active in case he misses, but if he does hit it, then hitting the Rotom and hitting the Zard is the exact same thing. So, let's see. Vinny needs Switch Cart and Psychic and V-Star. I don't see... Nope, I see a lot of energies. I see Gate, and I see Colress, and that's about it. And what are we debating? What's going on here? Oh, the catcher. Oh, they're at 2-2. And the catcher's supposed to be in the deck, and they've both, at least, I mean, it doesn't matter for Caleb to draw the cards, but it matters for Vinny to draw the cards. Oh, that's rough. Damn. Okay, I mean, I guess the judge fix here kind of has to be you shuffle the catcher into the deck. Vinny shuffles his hand, then he draws off the Roxanne into the deck, and then draws a new 6 cards and gets a DPL. There's no is it ever not a DPL? I mean, I'm sure you could argue for a warning, and for the sake of the integrity of the game, I hope it's a warning. But yeah, Lucky Boy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Um, yeah. Okay, so I can't. I kind of can't imagine. I mean, this game state is reversible because obviously, like, Vinny will know exactly the cards that are in his deck. Just regardless, right? Just because he's had so many prize checks at this point in the game. I think there's an argument to be made for just giving a warning, but if I were to take a guess, I'm gonna say this is a DPL. I think that's what's gonna happen in most cases here. We're gonna see what the judges decide. We can just skip, right? See what happens here. They're picking up the cards. Yep, that's going to be a DPL for Vinny. I don't think it was a game loss. I don't think it's ever a game loss. I'm sure the commentators clarify that. Damn. That's sad for that. For, like, the games end that way as well. To be fair, Vinny drew pretty poorly off of the Roxanne, so yeah, I don't know. All right, well, let's see here. We're going to get into game number 2. Double switch cart. Manaphy prized might be annoying for Caleb. Research path. Yeah, nothing big. The Manaphy's the most notable thing. We're going to see a Mander, attach, and a pass. Not great for Caleb. We're going to see a chorus off the bat for Vinny. Okay, Water Greninja. So immediately, Caleb is not gonna have to deal with the fact that his Manaphy is prized because Vinny does not have Greninja anymore. But I think it was Path. Was it Path, Gear, and no, Tina V, Water, Ninja. I think Path and Colress. Yeah, so Tina, Path, Colress is going to be the grabs here. So I think that's like probably correct loss zoning from Vinny. Obviously, sucks to have to make these decisions before a price or before a price check, but yeah, definitely not. Something interesting. Okay, so we have Boss VIP, getting rid of the boss. Vinny doesn't have much ball search in hand, so I think grabbing the VIP is kind of a must. Unfortunately, getting rid of the boss kind of sucks this early, but what can you do? Vinny's gonna price check. As one does, going to grab Cram and going to grab a Comfy. I think if you're able to cram this turn as Vinny, you're in an amazing spot. Obviously, Abyss Seeking is good, but like Caleb does not have a board, right? Like even if Caleb does manage to set up a Zard, right? Like there's nothing else. So yeah, I really like to spit here. If you are able to do it, you should be able to. There should just be an energy. So need it. It's gonna be the Jet Energy Keep instead of the Psychic. I only agree with that if we're going for Abyss Seeking here. And despite arguing for the Cram, I see why we would Abyss Seeking. Mainly because you don't want to take an unnecessary prize. Because if you take a prize here, then it's gonna give Caleb more outs to take more to do more damage, like potentially one shot Tina's. When Vinny then inevitably goes down to 3. But I guess the counterpoint is that when you knock out this Jirachi, even if the Zard comes up, for Caleb to play the game, he has to bench more Pokemon. And if Caleb benches more Pokemon, then Vinny can like Boss or Rope, but Vinny doesn't play Rope, so this is probably better. So Abyss Seeking is probably Vinny's best play, in which case the Jet Energy is the best draw, or the best keep. And I think that we are going to go for the Spit. He's debating it. Okay. Alright, so we're spinning. In the case we're spinning, then we get rid of the Jet and we keep the Psychic and we discard the Psychic to retreat into the Cram. You just prevent an energy from hitting the Lost Zone that way. But yeah, Boss top deck for Caleb. Which is incredibly unhelpful. It's gonna be a Force Seal Stone and an Zard up. The hand's dead. Switch, Vacuum, TM Devo, Candy, Boss. So I think you just Yeah, you just grab Ultra Ball and like a burnable tool. Belts is fine, I guess. I don't think we're burning that though. We're gonna vacuum. Oh, we're gonna vacuum. Oh, we have to vacuum path. Oh, that's a lot of resources. It's not a choice though, because what the last two cards like what boss and candy. Yeah, so literally it's just the one card in hand is boss, and you have to keep that if you're Caleb here, in an attempt to next turn potentially punish Vinny for taking a knockout here. Um, but yeah, you're gonna have to take the knockout on the cram. Not sure what Caleb got off the prizes. Can't imagine it's anything too helpful. It's gonna be a chorus for Vinny. Gonna be a Nest Ball and a Grass Energy, but another Tina. A Gate gonna be played here. If we're able to punch the Zard, I don't like Caleb's odds. Yeah. Even punching, like, if we shred, we're living by 10. What are the odds that Vinny or that Caleb has a what's it called? That Caleb has damage mod. That's the word. Okay, Zard, Iono, boss. Okay, so something's going on for Caleb. Thank God. And of course manages to not find an out to Pidgey. But of course with no Jirachi and yeah, this board is so fragile for Caleb. Even if by some miracle the Zardiax survives this turn, there's no way that the Charmander also survives. So, yeah. Alright, I think we're on... Are we playing a Nest Ball? The card's off camera, but I'm going to make the assumption that that's what it is. It will be a Gate as well to the bench. Tina seems good. It's going to be what? Why'd they stop? Okay, let's just say. Better not be another penalty. Okay, Tina V-Star. And I think we're doing Jet. We have Psychic and we have Switch cards. Yeah, this is better. This is much better for Vinny. Sure, the healing is nice, but it's really not what it's there for. And you attach the Psychic, and you have the Jet. So if you need to retreat next turn, you can actually do that instead of having your Tina stuck because you only have a Switch card. And Caleb scoops. Okay, yeah. So fair enough for Caleb. No out to Zard EX means that like there's no real way to win that game. So yeah, we are just gonna go into game 3 here. Almost done. And yeah. So this is just all over the place. So number 1, Vinny prizing 3 is fucking rough. Especially in this matchup. It's a matchup where typically you're not trying to rely on Cram in the early game. Because it has some it makes your math really awkward because it makes if you cram too early and take prize cards, it's going to make the Zard math a lot easier for Caleb, especially because he plays the belt. I guess Vitality Band is mostly the same in this case, but still, yeah. So these Tina V's are going to make it a lot harder for Vinny. But on the contrary, we also have the 2 rare candies prized for Caleb. Which I don't think we're talking about enough because that's going to make it really difficult for Caleb to stream these Zards. Now, thankfully, they're towards the bottom, so with any luck, Caleb should be able to make it work. But, I mean, both of these prize cards are really bad for both players. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. But we're going to see a comfy start for Vinny. Really awkward hand as well. Double Gate, double Tina V-Star. Path. Not sure what else. I mean, he's gonna check his prize cards. Let's see some unfortunate news here. Check his energies as well. Let's see a shuffle up. Flower selecting is going to be Rod and Jets. Sure, I guess. I guess that means you get to flower selecting again. Okay, Jets and Kier. So I think we don't have out to Chorus. Yeah, so now poke here for Chorus next turn is going to be line. Path is good. An attempt to get rid of the Rotom, or not give Caleb access to the Rotom. And then even if Caleb is able to bump the path, now it's one less path bump available to Caleb when Vinny's paths are going to matter a lot more in the late game. So we're going to see the Arvin, which is going to include a price check for Caleb as well. Caleb's also going to notice some cards here that shouldn't be missing. Going to grab the TM Devo because the Force Seal Stone is in hand, which is just, thinning 101. It's going to be a Charmander and a Mew grabbed here. We're going to go into the Mew and with the IP. That's quite rough. I think we have an Ultra Ball, which kind of has to get Manaphy, maybe? It's weird, right? Like, ideally, you're trying to get Pidgey. The problem is if you get either Pidgey or Mander here, you're just immediately going to lose the game if Vinny is able to pull off a Greninja play. Which turn 2 Greninja isn't, like, very likely for Tina, typically, but it's far from impossible, and Caleb kind of has to respect it. Choice Belt going down is also quite a big deal. But we're going to see Caleb going for the Charmander here, kind of just respecting the boss. This is probably the safest play for Caleb. If you go for the Manaphy, it's rough. Like, if you go for the Manaphy, you lose the boss, right? And boss is going to be a lot more likely than... Boss is going to be a lot more likely than the Greninja play. Real quick, I did not see a draw for turn. Okay, never mind. There's draw for turn. I was going to say, like, what? No, there's definitely a draw for turn there. Not anything to catch. Yeah, so there's going to be a Nest Ball. Getting rid of that for the Chorus. Getting rid of a VIP and what was that? Psychic, Water, Path, and Switch cards. Okay, that's interesting. Hand's still pretty awkward for Vinny as well. These double Tina V-Stars are not really doing a lot in a hand, or with a board that does not have Tina Vs. You do kind of want to keep a Nest Ball around, but it's going to be a VIP and a Psychic getting rid of. I think that's fine, probably. We're going to retreat into the Comfy. I think we have a Switch card in hand. Yes, this is fine. Getting rid of Roxanne and keeping a Chorus. Seems good to me. And then I think we're just going Nest Ball. Nest Ball for what, though? That's what I'm curious about. Eyeing up a Comfy. Eyeing up Greninja now. Okay. Well, as long as we're not about to conceal cards under Path, then I have no issues with this. Not sure you need the Greninja here, in all honesty. I guess, like, maybe the idea is you get to threaten it for next turn if Caleb isn't able to draw out of this path. Caleb's kind of, like, bluffing having Force Seal Stone prized by not attaching it to the Lumen, but also not grabbing it off of the Arvin. So I don't know if I'd say that Vinny's necessarily falling for that bluff by grabbing Greninja, but I mean, it's kind of not what it's about, right? But yeah, we're gonna have the Arvin. It's gonna be what's it called? A Lost Vacuum grab. No tool cards. I think we're out of those already. Getting rid of a Zard. I guess we have double Zard in hand, so it is what it is. Yeah, and then what now for Caleb? Vinny thankfully hit Tina V off the prize cards, won that 50-50. And we're gonna knock out. I think the hand is Force Host on Fire Energy off the prize cards. Yeah, really rough board for Caleb. Not a lot of options here. Where is he? Tina V hitting the bench, and yeah, what now? It's gonna be a Mirage Gate. In other words, 7. Greninja's good here. And with Belt down, so is Tina. We could Shred quite easily. I think Shred into Lost Impact is a good line for Vinny to follow here. We could also go concealed cards. Not concealed cards. We could also do um, shurikens into what's it called? Into Lost Impact, which I'd actually love to see here. A little heavy on the resources, but Caleb hasn't done anything, and I think that's actually what we're going to see here. Yeah, Water in hand. This is a really, really good position for Vinny to put himself in. You get to take out the Charmander. Ooh, but by taking out the Charmander, you're making yourself vulnerable to a boss play, actually. So maybe I'd rather see Vinny put the 90 on the Lumen. Alright, we'll see Colress first. I think we're getting rid of probably Nest Ball VIP. I don't hate Colress VIP either. There's a Energy I want to keep, and there's a Roxanne I definitely think you have to keep because you're already down Roxanne. So I think it's Nest Ball. Yeah, I think that's what Vinny's eyeing up here. Got a second guess. It's Colress Nest Ball. There is a there's a Pokegear in Vinny's hand, so I do prefer getting rid of the Colress here. I want to see a concealed cards and a flower selecting. What energy do we get rid of off of the Greninja? We still have the water, right? Yeah, we still have the water. Yeah, we're going to be attacking with this Greninja. I really, really like this. We have the path to just add some insult to injury, right? Trying to make Caleb's life as hard as possible here. And then I think knocking out this Charmander is a little too risky, but I really like hitting the Zard with a one prizer. And yeah, it looks like okay. So Vinny's going to consider this a bit more, which is fair. I think if you're Vinny, you have to be very suspicious of the fact that Caleb has Arvened twice and not grabbed a Force Seal Stone. Obviously, you could like argue that it's prized, but either A, it's in the hand, or B, it's prized. And if it's prized, then Caleb could have hit it off the prize card. So, obviously, this is game 3 of the finals again. Like it's a tough call to make. You're under a lot of mental pressure. But yeah, Vinny's gonna make the right call, which is very, very good because he would have been hella punished if he killed the Charmander. Yeah, and I promise you, Caleb was sitting there hoping that Vinny killed the Charmander, because I mean, a boss just is enough here. Caleb needs to set up a board more than anything, right? Needs to set up a board. That board needs to have, preferably a Manaphy, definitely a Jirachi. Now that there's so much damage on this Lumineon, you really want to evolve this Charmander if possible as well. There's a lot of things Caleb needs to hit, and that's why I think this research is going to be the correct call. Unfortunately, we're going to have to get rid of the Lost Vacuum here, but not really much of a choice. We're going to see the Jirachi hitting the bench. Okay. What else we got here? Another Charmander. Seems good. There's a Charizard, or a Radiant Charizard, I should say. There's a Collapsed Stadium. I'd actually kind of love to see the bench of the Radzard plus Collapse be played there. I guess you're not expecting Vinny to knock out this fish this turn. You're always expecting Vinny to go for the Zard, but I think if you're given the option to get rid of the fish now, you get rid of the fish now. Just so like you don't get like Roxanne out of your way to get rid of fish and then kind of lose from there. But to be fair, Caleb is guaranteed at least one more turn with this hand. Since again, no Iono, you can kind of play around like when the Roxanne is going to hit. So yeah, it's not terrible for Caleb, right? You just kind of wait. Be patient with it, which is typically the right call. We're going to see a Nest Ball for Vinny. It's going to be a Sableye, of course. A little too late on that, unfortunately, but still, a good attacker. 120 is a good number. Want to see the gate. I think Nest Ball is just to have something to gate to, right? Sableye is still, doing something, right? It gets to threaten stuff still. Notably, it does now one-shot the Lumineon, so boss, hello, but yeah, I think we have a Jet in hand for Vinny. So we're going to go Tina V-Star to Lost Zone. Chorus in hand. Comfy bench. Yep. I'm going to see Jet to active. And this is going to let Vinny Lost Zone both the water and the Jet, which is really, really, really good for Vinny. We're going to bait the Chorus, play the Chorus. I think the Chorus is good here. You're not really needing to boss. You're not really needing a hand disrupt. There's no real downside to Chorusing here. You can't. Okay, you can't hand disrupt here. Yeah, you can't hand disrupt, and you always want to bot. You always kill Charizard. Never mind. Yeah, there's never debate here. It's always Chorus. Again, thin. Right, that's the name of the game here. Increase your odds of drawing out of any potential rocks or Ionos as much as possible. Right, and yeah, we're going to see the Lost Impact, and Vinny's going to go to 3 prize cards. Find another Tina V, and now this gets awkward. So, Caleb, I'm pretty sure is out of damage mods, which is really bad. And now with the Zard knocked out, I don't think we have another basic in Vinny's hand. So Vinny's actually gotten, not Vinny, Caleb has gotten punished for not benching the Zard last turn to collapse away the fish. A play that if I remember correctly from watching this live, is going to start biting him in the ass real soon. But we're going to see a 30 onto this Tina, which is going to be very important damage. 4 confiance on the board for Vinny. And we're going to V-Star the Charmander. I like this play a lot for Vinny. You go down to 2, you're kind of saying, hey, boss, this game, which you kind of have to. So yeah, a couple different lines for Caleb. You need to bump the stadium, and you need to find an energy. You find this energy. We do find the energy as Caleb. Yeah, Caleb is gonna find the energy. You go down to 2, and then all of a sudden, like the Sableye isn't really threatening you too much, and you actually have like a real ass win condition if you're able to establish another Charizard. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, really like a good hit for Caleb, but unfortunately this game is over. I can already spoil now that Vinny either has the boss now or is about to top deck it. He's moving a lot. So he's trying to like hide a poker face, right? Quick little thing here while we're on this, right? Like when you have moments like this where I'm like the game's coming down to an Iono or Roxanne or whatever, I'm never looking at the cards I'm given until my turn starts. Just because I never want to like give anything away on my face. Because like I think I have a pretty good poker face when I play, at least when I play at a high level, like when the stakes are high, right, and I'm taking the game a little more seriously. But obviously, the best poker face is the face you show when you straight up don't know and you can't know if you have it or not, right? Because if you don't know, your opponent cannot look at you and take a guess. Now, obviously, even if Caleb could tell from Vinny's expression that there was a boss here, there's nothing Vinny could do to nothing Caleb can do to stop it at this point, right? You're always going for the same line. You're always knocking out. And we're just gonna play the boss, and Vinny is going to become your Charlotte regional champion. So that is the end of this VOD review. Thank you all for sticking around, having a good time with me here, listening to me rant about dumb shit like Drapion and SableZard, because oh my god, you know what, the less I think about that, the better. How about it? Alright, if you want to follow me on socials, check out some links down below, during the Twitch, whatever. Do all the things you do on the stream, right? Just a bunch of buttons. They're cool to click on them. Follow me on Twitter. Follow along my activity, what I'm doing, right? You can see when I go live, primarily, of course. That's a pretty good perk. See what I'm doing at tournaments, how I'm doing at tournaments, etc. Twitter is my primary platform. So yeah. Am I forgetting anything? Oh, right. No stream tomorrow or for the rest of the week until after Liverpool, because tomorrow I am flying to Wales. I'm going to fly to Wales. I'm going to boot camp with a couple of friends for Liverpool. It's going to be a good time, but unfortunately, this means it's going to be no stream for you guys. I'm sorry. So yeah, stream cancel tomorrow, Wednesday, Friday, where I typically would stream, and then I'm going to come back Monday. We'll see if I stream Monday. I think I land like Monday morning is when I get back to Denmark. I don't remember when I actually, yeah, I don't. I think I come back home after I would typically stream. So next stream is gonna be next Tuesday, so over a week from now. So sorry about that, guys. Know you'll miss me, but I will be very active on Twitter, doing a bunch of shit posting. So if you enjoy shit posting, and general not very serious content, yeah, make sure to follow me there. This VOD, as well as yesterday's VOD, will be up on the YouTube within the next couple days. I think yesterday's VOD will be up tomorrow. This VOD will be up on Wednesday. Um, and yeah, it'll be a good time. So if you missed parts of this, you can go back watch. It'll be on Twitch, but obviously putting on YouTube to have it more permanent. So that's it for today. I'll see you guys next week. Yeah, follow me on Twitter. You can follow along how I do in Liverpool, what I play in Liverpool. Some interesting things might be going on with me in Liverpool. Who knows? Might hint something interesting's gonna happen. All right, that's enough ranting. Bye.